everybody. You guys are amazing. Hold on. I got my fingers in your way. Let's see. Amy, here's the link. Thank you, Amy. Oh, that's the link to the Chesed Fund. Yes, Amy, thank you so much for that. I'm with the rabbi right now, Amy. I'm going to put it on the rabbi. I want you to meet the rabbi. And Amy, remind me which Hecht family it was. Nice, D. Happy to see you. Happy to see you. Mommy, what's up? Oh, you wonderful folks. My mom is amazing. You guys met my mom. You met Mama Bear. Great love in their hearts. We're trying to find this spot. It's actually a little bit hard to find. It's right here. Everybody see this. YG is here. Good. Perfect. No, there's a sign that says flight 2. Yeah, this is it. I think it's up there, actually. It's right here. This is it. Yeah, this is the park. Sorry, but the camera's going on to you for a second. Everybody good? You're saying hi to my mom. I hope I didn't miss any messages. If I missed any of your messages, I apologize. And then, Amy, we're going to work with my system. If for any reason at all you think that you can't hear me, because I'm going to put it in my headphones soon, you're going to text me, and I'm going to hear the text. All right? I don't know why it's not switching around. Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I don't have the stabilized stick on yet. I'm putting that on in a second, guys. You see, it didn't lose anything, but there is. You guys will meet the rabbi. So where's the sign? Did the sign get flooded, or is it up there still? Hey, squirrel. Rabbi, everyone's saying hello. There we go. There's the rabbi and his rabbitzin. That means like rabbi's wife. This is it. But where's the sign? There's the sign. You see over there? Right. So here, let me just walk and I'll show you. You don't have to come all the way, Rabbi. So you guys see this whole path, this entire park is based upon the plane crash. Good audio now. It's going to switch. I hope it's going to be good. I'm going to put on even better audio because I'm not going to be standing right next to the phone the whole time. So you guys will see, but beautiful sunset too, right? Pretty cool, actually. Let's see if I can take a screenshot of that. Yeah, I got a screenshot. It worked. Never worked for me. So all these cars go through this drive. There's a huge thing over there, a huge, beautiful gazebo, but the main spot is somewhere else. But all this land across the river was built just for... There you go, guys. Flight 232 Memorial Park. Here we go. Now you guys will meet the rabbi. Hold on. Yeah, the rabbi does. The rabbi is, yes, YG, the rabbi is going to introduce himself. Where did I put down their stuff? I put it down over here. Let me just grab my thing. Did I forget my stuff? I put it over here. Okay, good. Hey, Style Audit. I'm happy to see you here. In a second, I'm going to put the phone on the stick. It's going to be easier, and I'm going to switch to my headphones. But there's the rabbi. So this is very intense. So what you guys saw at the beginning was the Flight 232. I love, as you know, my role. This is very powerful, guys. That's the Rebbitzin, the rabbi's wife. But as you walk along into the gazebo, into this beautiful, beautiful park, there's all of these. Later, I'm going to read it to you even better, but it's so beautiful. This is all because of the plane crash. The whole community of Sioux City reached inside itself and found resources it didn't know it had. Found this. is who we really are. Have all these headstones, it's really beautiful. And then this one, let no one go unmentioned. Yet once again we say, we're very proud of Siouxland and all who helped that day. This is really intense for me, guys, to see these. The rabbi's praying too, it's beautiful. There are certain moments in life you simply have to enter. You can see it even flooded up here, though, the whole thing, all this mud. There was no necessitation. We had what we... There was no... Oh, necessitation. No hesitation. It's all blocked up from that. We did what we had to do. These are all quotes from people that literally saved lives. Remember, I love you. I care about you. And tonight's speech is very much going to be within that theme. And I know you guys heard me start on Friday, and I apologize that that happened the way it did. There was always someone there. Here, the rabbi's davening. He's praying, the rabbi, right now. It's beautiful. This man said, the one in the statue that you guys are going to see, when they told him, you saved that little boy, he said, I didn't save him. God saved the child. I just carried him, sir. And on that stone, the rabbi's praying right now. Isn't that beautiful? That's the rabbi, guys. I'm going to go put my stuff down on the bench and then... And the river's so high, it's never this high off of the park. Half the park was flooded all the way down. Wow, this is really intense. They tried to clean it up, but they weren't able to do a perfect job. So they have these benches here, which are super cool. And then I'll show you guys exactly. Here, I'm trying to get the selfie stick. Almost there, guys. And you guys will tell me if the audio is good too after on the quote-unquote speakers that worked at one point, but you guys said that it didn't work the other night. Hold on. Oh, they better be in here. Oh, I brought this whole bag and now I can't. Okay, perfect. No, this is the other ones. Hang on, guys. Hang tight. Sorry, guys. I'm going. Sorry, guys. Hopefully it's recording still as the same stream. I think it is, but... Okay, here we go, guys. So there's the rabbi saying some prayers right now. And his wife, the rabbi, sings also. Saying some special to us. You want to say hi to everybody? Whenever you're ready, Rabbi.
Okay, we're ready.
The rabbi's ready to say hi. So introduce yourself, Rabbi, so that people can talk to you for a minute. I'm going to say the rabbi's name because it's kind of disrespectful to not say his name. Hold on. Also, guys, I want you to tell me. So sorry, Rabbi. Hold on. This should go right now on. You'll tell me if I have good audio, guys. Let's see. Guys, how's the audio? How's the audio, guys? Is the audio good? Audio is fine. Okay, good. Rabbi, what you're going to do is just put a little finger in between there This is what keeps it on. I mean, it being open, and it's like a speaker for you, so you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Use it like a microphone. So
Okay.
tell me, guys, if you can hear the rabbi. Hopefully it'll work.
But I can't hear or see them.
No, you'll see them. You'll see on the replay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. As you see, the sun is setting, a beautiful sunset in the beautiful city. Wonders of the Creator is just phenomenal. So we're here at this memorial situation, and as I just noticed again walking in, I stopped at the last quote, seeing
please.
Seeing
Yes.
where this wonderful man,
Tell the story,
Mr.
the
Nielsen,
whole story.
who carried out this little child. But I think the most important message to all of us today, 35 years later, is that we're all put in situations and we can just walk off. And sometimes we're forced in a situation, but even if we're not forced into it, if we only realize that we're doing God's work, then everything becomes easy. And everything.
The mic's not working. One second, Rabbi. The mic's not working for him,
It's not working.
but it's working for me. Okay, so 1 second, guys. Here, I'll just do it like this. Tell me if you guys can hear the rabbi now. Speak now.
Okay, so again, welcome, virtually or any other way here with our wonderful Surili, the survivor. It's really a fascinating experience.
That's my Yiddish name. You guys have to remember.
It's a fascinating experience to be back 35 years later, and it feels like it was just yesterday that we were here. Dr. Brownstein was a young boy at the time, and it was pretty traumatic, I should say. But to see how everyone came together and how the faith and
it's working now, by the way.
How the faith and the humanhood and the everything just came together in such a beautiful way through this tragedy is just so encouraging, because we're just the day before the 17th of Tammuz, which is a day that we commemorate the destruction of the temple, which is more of a human orchestrated tragedy. This plane crash was more of a natural disaster or a technical disaster, but disasters come in all forms and all types of situations, and most of us, thank God, don't have to face it on a regular basis. But when we do, we have to really step into action. It's very easy to just mind your own business, and it's not my problem, not in my backyard. But this was really a situation where so many people throughout the city really stepped in such an incredible way, and showed that love and that concern for one another. So when Mr. Nielsen says that it wasn't me that saved him, God that saved him, and I just carried him out, that's such a powerful expression, and it really means so much to all of us, because we become overwhelmed when it looks like we can't do it. So all you're told is, don't worry, you don't have to do it. All you got to do is be the hands that are going to carry it out, because at the end of the day, the beginning of the day, all throughout, it's God that orchestrates everything and makes it possible for us to do it. But He wants us to be part of it. Therefore, God tells us in the Torah that we should work 6 days a week and rest on Shabbos. Why work? Because that's the Sabbath that we rested, guys, when I wasn't live. That's what my mom and I were. You have to make your natural effort, because as they say, the greatest miracle, nature is the greatest miracle in disguise. And when we look at nature as a miracle, then we realize that just like we're not afraid or we're not concerned about planting our fields, which we do a lot of here in Iowa, where there is lots of corn, which all you guys throughout the world, throughout the country, are benefiting from. But it's that faith and that confidence that people think, or people are confident that if they put a bunch of seeds in the ground, something is going to grow. Now, what's the guarantee that it will, and why do we even think so? But that's because we believe in miracles. We believe that God said, you put seeds in the ground, it's going to grow. How it's going to grow, we have no idea, but we have that confidence of faith. And therefore, especially in times like today, when it seems like there are many threats and there's lots of uncertainty, we have to have that faith and confidence that God is ultimately running the show. Just sit back, relax, analyze, and see where can I make a difference, and where you can make a difference, and when you can make a difference. Step in and take charge, and etc. So again, my opportunity, as I did back then. So again, I'm from, I don't know how much really the doctor told you, but I'm emissary of the Rebbe to Nebraska and this region since 1986.
The rabbi is the chief rabbi of the whole area, and he actually came running from Omaha. He immediately came here the second the crash happened. The rabbi was here before my parents even got here. When my parents got here, the rabbi was here to greet my parents with food, with help, with everything. The rabbi came here immediately.
Yeah, so that was the natural thing to do, because just shortly before this experience, one of my friends in Omaha was telling me about this mobile home that he had. And for us Chabadniks, a mobile home really translates into a mitzvah tank or mitzvah mobile. So since I heard about that, and now I'm hearing about the plane crash that's about to happen. Remember, back then they knew about 30 minutes ahead that there was going to be a problem, it's going to be a disaster, and we immediately put two and two together. If I know about this mobile home, and I know about this,
he does live in Omaha now.
Pending, what?
No, don't worry about me. I'm answering their questions already. He does still live in Omaha.
That,
yes, guys.
Pending situation. So we immediately put things into gear and parked the mobile home right outside the hospital, and we were able to serve as the local shul, local synagogue, and support center for all the survivors that needed some support. And it was
the rabbi didn't discriminate. The rabbi came running. He didn't know Jews on the flight, not Jews on the flight. He just came to help. The rabbi just came running. And then the fact that he was able to be here, which I'll talk a little bit about, was amazing for my parents, because as you guys know, Mama Bear and my dad are both very religious people. They're not just Jewish people, they're very religious people. And it was really important to them, for them to still incorporate that in their life. And the rabbi made it super easy for them to have all the comforts they needed. And he was an amazing support for my parents, who at the time were an absolute disaster.
Yeah, so we can, we can talk about the disastrous part, but we probably should focus more on the miraculous part and the survival. Not just, but not just in that respect, but the burgers and the quite a few other families.
These are the names of the other. Remember, guys, you remember you guys met Aaron Badis, the other. So the rabbi's talking about other people that he was a part of their lives also at the same time.
And but people have a hard time really relating to it, and that's why I found that becoming this big brother to Dr. Brownstein was really a godsend. It was a godsend for me. It gave me the opportunity to connect and learn about other issues and other challenges. And many people have this canned response where you think, if this happens, then you have an automatic response, another automatic reaction, a jerk reaction. But here was a situation, because it was such trauma, it was so difficult, and it was so overwhelming, and the difference between the people, everything being equal, the responses were so opposed and so different amongst the survivors. I mean, that in itself taught me so much. There was this one couple, for example, not a couple, it was a couple and a son. They were musicians who actually, the three of them, mother, father, and son, walked off of the plane miraculously. They actually got onto another plane to continue on to New York, I think it was, and just went along about their business, because they had a gig that they had to perform in New York. And I said, this is crazy, considering everything else. I mean, I was traumatized. Even if I wasn't on the plane, I would never be able to do that under those circumstances. And here are people that are just calculated, and they have a responsibility, and they just shook off the dust and were able to do that. So it just teaches us how God creates everyone in a different form, and no two people are exactly the same, and we have to be able to respect and accept and really celebrate and support people exactly where they are, however they are, and put up with all of their hang-ups or otherwise. And once we appreciate that we're different, we're able to really become the same. We're able to become united, and we're able to respect and support everyone in a proper way. And that's really something that I learned, at least for myself, in a very meaningful way, and it helped me throughout these years. It's hard to believe, but it's 35 years.
I'll tell you guys something that, I've mentioned to you guys that I had fallen apart in life at a certain point, and I spoke to Amy about this at length, at least for so far. Me and Amy are going to continue to talk about this, but the rabbi was here for me even when I wasn't on top of things, even when I was a complete disaster. You guys never got to see me like that. Most of you in the chat never got to see me. He's just going to put his book down by his wife, the Rebbitzin. But you guys never got to see me like that. But the rabbi was there for me. It didn't matter. Just because I was a total mess, the rabbi was still there for me. So much so that after I had a spinal surgery in Chicago, the rabbi came, and I was in a physical rehabilitation center for about almost 3 years. And the rabbi came and visited me at that time, and I was very different back then. I was an absolute disaster. And it was literally that year had been the first year that I came back to the plane crash, and the site. So it was the first year I was trying to figure things out. And the rabbi knew that, I have to go see him. I have to go see Israel, because if I don't go see Israel, I don't want him to lose that. And it's because of that that I felt comfortable, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, but it's because of that I felt comfortable to come the next year, and then the year after that, and then the year after that. And then I've basically been coming ever since that year. Ever since I came in 2016, I had a surgery that winter in between. I would never have come back to Sioux City. But the rabbi had come to visit me, and he gave me the ability to really try to learn and grow from my situation. And I just continued. I continued to come, even though it was not easy for me at all back then. And the rabbi was there for me 100%. Not just when I was in Sioux City, which is right near Omaha. No. The rabbi was there for me when I was in Chicago. The rabbi, when I was a kid, never disconnected from me. This is not Science. By the way, guys, this is the rabbi I was telling you about, that Scientology could learn so much if they really wanted to know about what religion really means. It's the lack of disconnection. The rabbi decided, I'm not going to be disconnected from Israel. The opposite of that, even though he's not exactly the way that I think, it doesn't matter. There's no disconnection. That's, in my opinion, and you guys know I'm mostly spiritual. I don't talk a lot about religion, but now you guys might understand why I have such an appreciation for my personal religion. It's because it's the opposite of all of the cult-like behaviors. When people kind of drift away from the community, people like the rabbi bring us back. And they're not there to drag us back to do exactly what they want. No. They just want us to live the most enjoyable life possible.
Yeah, that's...
Thank you, Amy. She put the Chesed Fund in they're donating for the money we're going to put towards trauma victims in the community and in Chicago. So yeah.
So we're done?
Yeah, I'm gonna start speaking in a minute. So Amy, what I'm gonna do right now is, first of all, you guys probably hear the rabbi a little bit more. I decided that I think the rabbi is gonna speak. I'm gonna speak now, guys. But Rabbi, can you stay? I just want to see what it looks like. You're good. No, I want to see you. Can you go, how about a little bit further back? A little bit further back. Let's see. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so right there. So Amy, I'm gonna go. Rabbi, talk. Can you hear the rabbi? Don't speak loud. Can you hear the rabbi, guys?
Guys, the sun is setting.
Can you hear the rabbi? Let me know, guys.
The sun is setting, and Israel is smiling, and the whole world is just beautiful.
Can you hear the rabbi, guys? Give them a second to respond. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Okay, stay on, guys. I'm going to walk back to the phone, but can you hear me? Can you hear me right now? I'm coming back. What about me, guys? Did you hear me when I was out there? For me too. Amy, was it too low for me too? You could hear me. So me, you could hear. So it was just the rabbi. Amy, continue to do that. Send text messages if you can't hear. Mostly can hear. Well, now you could hear me, but before, could you hear me? I'm going to do one more sound check. Hold on, guys.
Test.
If not, I have another pair of headphones that might be better. I want to make sure. Okay, guys. Mostly, I want to know right now. I'm asking for right now. So you guys are gonna put in the number 1 if you can hear me right now. Spam it with number 1. Okay. I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to stand all the way where the rabbi is. That's the statue of the man carrying the boy. So I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. And you'll tell me the story, even though I'm not right by the phone. So right now there's actually a beautiful press, right? On July 19th, the flowers in his hand. This boy's name is Spencer Bailey. Spencer Bailey. That was his name. And this man carried him on horses. I'll read this to you guys too. It says, the spirit of Sudan. Here I call it the truth. This sculpture commemorates Sudan and the extraordinary response to the crash of United Flight 232 on July 19, 1989. It depicts the rescue of 3-year-old Spencer Bailey. Lieutenant Colonel Dennis Nielsen of 185th National Guard group, Tactical Fighters Group, one of the many who answered the call that day. The work was created by artist Dale Lampley and was inspired by this photograph. Stand 1 if you heard me tell about that story before, because there'll be people behind this thing. I just want to set it up in a way you guys cannot hear. Okay, hold on, guys. Hold stand by. Hold on, guys. I'm really happy that you guys are making sure that you can hear me, because it's important to me. Hang on 1 second. You'll tell me if this is even better. I might have to just stay very close to the phone. Hold on. I have to switch the audio. Okay, guys, I want you to tell me. Not yet. Nobody say anything yet. Don't say anything yet, okay? In 1 second, I'm going to go back there and I'm going to speak, and you're going to tell me if you can hear me. 1 second. Okay, guys, I just want to know right now if you can hear me. I want you to put 1 in the chat right now. If you can hear me at this very second, hear me. Let me know. Otherwise, I will have to put this one closer, and the other screen will get. Guys, were you able to hear me right now when I was standing by the statue at this very second, this last time? No, I know, Stella. You could not hear me. Oh, man. Okay, so I can close in and tighten the shot, and it will still be framed. Okay, guys, now I'm sure you could hear me. I'm going to put it closer, and I'm just gonna be close to the phone because I clearly have no choice. Okay. So it wasn't working. Okay, 1 second. Tell me right now if it's better. I mean, it's obvious that the earphones are not working. I'm going to go off the earphones. Hold on 1 second. Can you guys hear me right now? Can you hear me right now? Tell me right now if you can hear me. I need to set this up, guys, for people to be sitting in the back. Now it's good. Okay, so I'm going to leave it the way that we just did it. So give me a second now. We'll wait a minute and stay here, guys. I'm about to get up. Okay, guys. All right, guys, hold on 1 second. 1 second. Now you can hear me, yes? Audio is good. And shot is good. Okay, hold on. Okay. I have the audience behind the camera. I'm going to address it as such, and I hope that you guys can appreciate that which I have to say. One more time, if everybody doesn't mind, I'm going to do one more mic check. Guys, tell me if you can hear me. Were you guys just able to hear me when I was holding the notebook up there? Because people are waiting now. But I wanted to do this. I want both streams to be up. Let me know. Okay. 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 I want to start with a short story that happened to me recently. I was sitting in an office, and while my main job, I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, I like to run this program that I have. It's a mentoring program, and I try my best to help teens, young adults as well, but it's a good program. And the program is not like, it doesn't produce a tremendous amount of finances. Now, there was a time in my life where I was very wealthy, and I paid for the program myself. At that time, I completely paid for the program myself. Now, when I lost my money in the community, they didn't want that the program should stop existing. So in the community, they started to fund it through donations. And so my 501c3 that I started, which I'm sure I've sent you out I put it out on more than one occasion, Anyway, in Hebrew, it's called Mechoshech Le'or, which means from darkness to light. And it's a program that I work with a lot of older teens / young adults. Now, recently, I needed to start making some money a little bit better. My kids are getting older, and thank God, there's always happiness that comes with your children, and it occasions occur and things are expensive. So I was always pretty good with business when I was wealthy, and I made a lot of money with a couple of my friends. So one of them connected me to this guy. Okay, this is a company that's not from Chicago. They wanted to combine basically, without getting into too many details and doxing the business, I don't even talk about it to my closest friends, I'm just hoping it works out. But basically, I'm trying to create finances that the people within this one company truly deserve. And they actually asked me, this friend knew for a while that I was looking for this, and he said to his buddy, he said, I actually know a very good speaker. He understands that I worked in hospitals right out of school. He understands that component of the profession. We're talking about, let's say, people that are in nursing homes and stuff like that, and in the business. And so they connected me with this guy. I was supposed to have a meeting with him. I came to the meeting very prepared. He stood up at the meeting, he said hello to me, and he sat down, and it was almost as if he was about to speak. It was almost as if he was about to speak. So I knew what the original goal of the meeting was. I knew what I was supposed to be doing, so I went ahead with the program. I did what let's call it my partner, right? The people that connected me to this business deal, I followed through the way that they would follow through. And I started talking. And after a couple moments, he became very enveloped in the words that I was saying. And he actually waited till the end, and I finished. And then I said to him, it doesn't seem like you came here to have a conversation with me. It doesn't appear like that's what's going on. And he said, well, you're very perceptive. I looked up who you are. I read a little bit about your story. And I had decided that, unfortunately, I was not going to do business with you for one reason. You're trying to create the notion of finances based upon a facility, what money they need, how much it's worth, etc. He said, at one point in your life, there was a price tag put on your life. There was a price tag put on the life based upon myself and my family. There literally was a price tag. This is what he's worth. He got damaged in this plane crash. He's worth X amount of money. The damages he incurred were X amount of money. And let me tell you straight off the bat, for every penny that I got for anything, there was $1 spent on surgical procedures and everything else. So nobody made any money off of this. I happened to invest well at one point in my life, and that's fine. But this is what the guy said to me. He said to me, I can't do this because I'm going to bring you into my world, and you have an understanding of things that I believe is not just based upon the psychological understanding. I believe that your understanding of things is because you experienced this. And you grew up as a little kid knowing that your life is worth X amount of dollars. That's what your life is worth. Your parents, your life to them is worth X amount of dollars. That's just the way it is. So I was kind of like really taken aback by the whole thing, but it was a business meeting. I kept things professional, and I had left that meeting that day and just thinking a lot about life, and something became much more clear to me, and I'll explain what that is in a few moments. I want you guys to imagine for a moment, if you're a parent or you have parents, how much they care for their children. And I want you to specifically think about a mother. Imagine a mother who goes and drops her kid off by an airport. They can't financially go with him, but they want him to go see his friend. They put him on the plane. They get him going. This was before, the security checks that we have right now. Put him on the plane, keep on moving. That was it. My parents, they put me on a plane. Now imagine if you're a mom and you're driving home. Let's just pretend you're driving home from the airport and you hear on the radio, the announcer says, a flight that just took off from Denver bound to Chicago crashed and there are no survivors. The mother is essentially told that her son is gone, completely gone, doesn't exist anymore. Now I want you to take a moment and I want you to think of another scenario. I want you to think of a scenario where a mother sends, let's say, her kid to Israel or Palestine, whatever it is, whatever's going on over there. And their child ends up in the country and there's turmoil like there is right now in the Middle East. So imagine your kid's just going on vacation or going to school over there and all of a sudden there's terrorist attacks or there's the war and now there's things going on in Gaza, which we're not getting political. We hope everything just gets peaceful and resolved. But think for a moment, if a mother sent their child out there and the child went out there for nothing other than to just be in that country, not to, audit, not to interview, like none of that. It's just sent their kid to school there. Imagine that. Imagine a mother who is extremely concerned about their child being overseas, extremely concerned about their child being over there, and they get a phone call. Your son was in a disaster. He got run over by a bus, and that's it. Now imagine a mother that their child's a little bit older, young adult, still very much trying to become a part of the world and integrate into society. And let's say he's overseas, and all of a sudden there's a suicide bombing right by his house. And again, a phone call comes through from a hospital or something like that, and the mother gets informed, X, Y, and Z has happened to your child. Imagine a mother who, like some of the kids, the teens that I deal with, imagine a mother who goes to wake up her child, and for whatever reason, her child doesn't wake up. He's not just sleeping. You cannot wake him. Something's really wrong. Like we see now in America, for example, what's going on in some cities with regards to drugs and substance abuse, and everybody's carrying Narcan, right? So imagine a mother, she doesn't have Narcan. She calls 911, they come in, and they're very much treating this individual, this child, they're literally treating the child as if they're gone. They need to resuscitate. They need to bring this individual back to life. They put the mother in the other room when they do these things sometimes because they become hysterical. So imagine a mother like that. Imagine a mother that had to endure an experience like that. There's a famous question asked by an extremely famous rabbi. And tonight, I am speaking based upon what I was supposed to do on Friday. You guys know what happened. I got caught off guard. It was beautiful. The stewardess of Flight 232, she had come in. There was a different speech that I knew that there was going to be another speech, but the head of the museum had told me to come early and speak first, and then that gentleman will speak. Well, I didn't know that Susan White, the stewardess who literally plotted, as you guys will hear, to save my life, I had no clue she was going to be there. And I had started to speak, and I wasn't able to. I was planning on splitting up a lot of what I had to say into 3 separate speeches. Fridays got cut off. Last night, my mom was super emotional about some stuff. Today is essentially the first time where I have the ability to sit here and speak in this specific fashion. I'll have a little bit of an opportunity tomorrow, but I want people to have the opportunity to interact with me once they've seen and heard what I have to say. And you guys could very well just imagine someone's in Scientology and they're told, that's it, you're a suppressive person. Or they have no clue where their kid is. Their kid's missing, not responding to the family. Imagine families that are going through that. These traumas, and focus for a moment a little bit on the moms. And I specifically say this because there's a very deep connection that a mother has with their children that no matter what the world says, it's extremely special. We as men, I am personally a male, I can't have children. I don't carry a baby around in my belly for 9 months. I can create a child that is my child. I can have a child. Yes, I believe that the man is also having a child, but it's the mother that goes through that physical experience with the baby prior to it even being born. And of course, therefore, there's all the arguments about, abortions and stuff like that. But regardless, if a child comes into the world, if a mother actually has a baby, and that's the choice they make, there's an extremely special connection that she has with her child based upon that period of time with the child. For me, it's an extremely spiritual experience, what's going on right now. Me being in Sioux City, it's a spiritual experience. I have the rabbi here because he is a spiritual leader. He is a man, as an example, that spoke on numerous occasions for many of the survivors and the families of survivors at many different times. He was called upon as somebody who understood religion, and people that needed religious services, they received it from the rabbi. The rabbi is a very spiritual man. I don't have to dress like the rabbi for him to love me. I don't have to look like a rabbi for him to love me. I don't have to do everything he does for him to love me. He loves me. But he also has a perspective on life where obviously he sees things a certain way. Prior to now, I've never really shared with you guys my exact perspective on life and religion and spirituality. I will tomorrow speak to you guys specifically, and I researched a lot of stuff for this. I'm going to speak to you guys even more so how religion is so different than the cult that a lot of you in this chat are fighting against, and on the replay people will be watching this and it's absolutely understood. But sometimes people think it's a blurry thing. It's like, well, all religions are cults, right? Without getting into too much detail, you pretty much any priest or as beautiful as the religion might be, that if you can't say I'm an atheist and I'm a devout Christian at the same time, it's not a possibility. You can't say I'm an atheist and I'm Islamic at the same time. And this is not a knock on any of these religions. I'm literally just speaking facts right now. You have to believe certain things to be part of those religions. In Judaism, I have a sibling. I spoke to him before, and he had no problem with me using this as an example. He's an atheist. I grew up in a Jewish family. What do you guys think? Can you be an atheist and a Jew at the exact same time? Typically, when I have this conversation with people, I allow them to speak it out and answer. But I'll answer the question. It's rhetorical. Of course they're Jewish. My brother would get the same hug from the rabbi here and the rabbi in Chicago and everywhere else under the sun that I get. If your mother, in Judaism specifically, if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish. You can go get a blood test. It's not just going to tell you where you're from, it's literally going to tell you that you're Jewish. So I do want to separate for a moment, a little bit, not only cults from religions, but I also for a second, for the sake of everybody watching, I want this to be understood as a spiritual experience. It doesn't have to be one specific religion, it could be anything. But it's important for me at this point to state that I do believe in that spiritual realm. On Friday, I was going to speak, and I wasn't going to bring this up, but tonight and tomorrow, especially in the other chat that's going on right now, so there's two chats. The other chat knows that I'm referring to them. I was planning on speaking to them. Starting right at this moment is the Hebrew dates. Literally, as we sit here right now, the sun just went down, and literally, this is another unbelievable spiritual experience. I was sitting with the rabbi before, and we were trying to figure out when I was going to go live so that people could be here. There were some people that we were trying to make sure that they came. And it just so happens to be, as I'm speaking right now, the date, the Hebrew date, because it's a lunar calendar, the Hebrew date for the anniversary of the plane crash is literally at this moment. I literally, like, my hairs are standing up just thinking about this. I'm literally speaking about this, and at this very moment, the purpose of me being up here and speaking specifically today and tomorrow has to do with the date of the plane crash. I absolutely believe in spirituality. I believe in God. I believe in the fact that there's a life after this one, etc. So I've studied a lot. As a kid, I grew up anyway, ultra-Orthodox Judaism, and I studied a lot. For me, it was never oppressive. I did rebel, but there was no oppression. But I just want to share with you something that one of the most famous rabbis of all time has ever said. We're not talking about a rabbi from this generation. We're talking about so many years ago. The Ramban, in English, they refer to his name as Nachmanides. He asks a very famous question. He says, why in Judaism, specifically in Judaism, why are we as Jews so focused on talking about the Jews getting out of being slaves in Egypt, leaving Egypt, being in the desert, eventually getting their plot of land, whatever it was? What's the focus on this? Why are we constantly focused on this miracle? You guys might not know this, but literally on a daily basis, we're reminded of this at least twice a day, but even more than that. But for sure, twice a day, there's literally Hebrew words that we speak out that are based upon that. Every one of our holidays, Passover, based upon the splitting of the sea and everything else. The one where we sit in huts, it's based upon that period of time when we were stuck in the desert. The other one is based upon when we received the Bible from God in the desert. Those are the three major Jewish holidays. Now, all their holidays are either Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which are very special. That's dedicated once you have an understanding of God. Those became dedicated to God. But all the other religions in Judaism, for example, like Hanukkah and a religion called Purim, even those religions, even those holidays, although we don't necessarily quote the same quotes about Egypt, we absolutely recognize that those holidays are based upon miracles. Anybody that knows anything about Hanukkah, there's 8, and that's it. It's 8 brothers, and they destroy a whole army. They we're about to be destroyed as a people, as a race, or whatever you want to refer to us as. And there's miracle happens, and they're lighting candles, and which is why we have the tradition to light candles. And there's a miracle that happens, and we end up having enough oil to light the candles that we're supposed to light. Whatever it is, it's all miracles. There's a holiday Purim, that's the one you guys might know. It looks in Judaism a little bit like Halloween. We dress up in costumes. And there's like a responsibility for men to actually get drunk on that day. As crazy as that might seem, that's an actual responsibility. It's based upon this crazy miracle that happened in Persia many, many, many years ago. So this question is tremendous. It's like, why don't we make holidays based upon a specific aspect of God? Every week we read a specific portion from the Bible. Why don't we just base religions around exactly that? Why don't we quote other crazy and powerful things that happen to the Jewish people? Why? Why are we only focused on this one situation where they come out of Egypt, the water splits, they walk across the water, they get into the desert, and then they're safe? You have to wonder why. You have to wonder, what is it about this? This rabbi asked this question. And this was his response to the question. His response was this, and I'm going to say it in Hebrew because it's very powerful, the Hebrew words, and I will explain, obviously, translate. But he says, "Min hanisim hagedolim hamefursamim, adam omed benisim hanistarim." From the great miracles in the world that you see, at any point in time, if you see a crazy miracle where it's like, dude, this was just not supposed to happen, like something happened and, boom, like this is crazy. There's got to be some spiritual realm out there of some form, some kind. We recognize that this is beyond nature, just beyond nature. When the Jews left Egypt, the whole thing was beyond nature. They should never have been able to escape, but they did. They escaped. And he says, from the great miracles that are blatant, right in front of your face, what it does is it gives you the opportunity to stop for a moment and recognize all the little miracles we have in life every single day, every single one of us. We wake up in the morning, the way our eyes work, the fact that they lubricate themselves, they protect themselves with eyelids, they protect themselves in any shape or form. Your eye is basically, I'm sure you guys probably know this on a medical level, your eye is basically as strong as a grape. But yet we don't see the type of injuries to an eye as you would think would occur. If your finger was as strong as a grape, we wouldn't have fingers. So your eyes, which are so significant and important, if you just think about how they work, it's crazy. It's something beyond understanding. It's something that scientists no longer try to ask themselves why it works this way. They just discuss it does work this way. Now, whether you believe in evolution or some other form of spirituality, you obviously recognize that it's something special. Life is special. And from the great miracles that happen and occur in this world, the people that see or experience these great miracles have a responsibility to share that miracle with the rest of their people, the world, as many people as they can touch, as many people out there that they can express this event to. That's what they're doing. They have a responsibility. It's called a mitzvah in Judaism. I don't have to be ultra-Orthodox for me to recognize that that is a very logical concept. If you want people to appreciate life, sometimes you need to give them that wake-up call by showing them some crazy situation. And through that crazy situation, you begin to understand, wow, I know I see this crazy miracle or this crazy situation that seems unlikely on a physiological level, on a scientific level, but it occurs anyway. The fact that our bodies even work the way they work, those are what we refer to as the smaller miracles. If a person recognizes the bigger miracles, you start talking about miracles. You get in a conversation about miracles, and you begin to discuss the smaller miracles. Now, I will tell you for the chat that there's a lot of people in Scientology. I'll give you a great example. By talking about the horrible situations in Scientology that we all know are horrific, by talking about those situations and the craziness that goes on, we inevitably focus on even the smaller details so that we can appropriately protest and fight against all that's going on within the context of that world. It's the same idea. Sometimes you need that big explosion to recognize that there's tiny little explosions going off all over the place at all times. So that's what the rabbi's response was. From the great miracles, if you recognize those, you will eventually recognize the smaller miracles, the miracles that happen on a moment-to-moment basis to everyone, not just to Israel, but to everyone. Well, I started off the story talking about a mom, right? She hears this news. If it's a plane crash, let's say a person gets run over by a bus. Let's say a person's right near a suicide bombings. Let's say a person, you can't wake them up. You cannot wake them up. They're just, on 4 different occasions in my mom's life, on 4 different occasions in my life, my mom was informed that I was dead in one way or another. I was that little boy in the plane crash. On the radio, they pronounced everyone from the plane crash dead. That's what they said on the radio, no survivors. If you watch the video live of the plane crash, you'll see the likelihood of survivors after watching that video is like 0.00, as many zeros as you could think of, 1%. It's just completely unlikely that there should have been any survivors. My mom heard about me on that day in a car. Now I want you guys to remember for a moment that it was flight 232. That was the number of the flight. I referred to you guys earlier today, if you guys were in my chat, and Amy, if you want, you can explain this again. We were talking about something called gematria. Amy mentioned the word. It's because in Hebrew, letters are numbers. It's called alphanumeric, right? We don't have separation between letters and numbers. A equals 1, B equals 2. That's just the way the language, and it's just the way it works. It's not like any big deal. That's literally by nature how it works. So just keep in mind, flight 232. When my parents came to the gate to drop me off onto the plane, my parents sat there and they were told, you know what? We actually want to change his seat. He's flying alone. He's supposed to be sitting right behind first class. Let's put him in the back of the plane. Yeah, he was supposed to sit right in front of behind first class because he's close to the stewardesses. But let's just put him in the back of the plane. Let's take him and put him all the way in the back of the plane because he'll actually be closer to the stewardess sitting in the last seat, as the stewardess sitting in the last seat is right behind the passengers. So he'll actually be closer to a stewardess, and he's a minor. It's called an unaccompanied minor, and they'll help him. My father was furious with them. They were already anxious putting me on a plane by myself at 9 years old. Nope, he doesn't want the seat changed. Eventually, my mother, she's the one that insisted, let it go. If they want to change the seat, let them change the seat. Well, they changed the seat. I ended up in the back of the plane. Had I sat in the seat I was supposed to sit in, I would not be here today. Call it what you want. In my opinion, it's the hand of God. That's just me. Sitting next to me in the back of the plane was a gentleman. I was in the last seat, a plane full of 300 people, and I'm sitting in the last seat next to one other individual. I'm in the aisle, he's by the window. The man becomes friends with me pretty quickly, starts talking to me, realizes I'm flying by myself. He himself had a daughter who was around the same age as me. And he ended up just befriending me pretty much. From my recollection, it was almost immediate. Super kind, helping me with everything. I had never flown before with memory. I had been to the Middle East when I was 1 year old, but we moved to Denver, Colorado, and I had never been on a plane from that time. It was the first time I was ever on an airplane at all with any recollection or memory. I'm sitting in the very back seat. I'm sitting next to this gentleman. There's a tradition. There's a tradition to say this thing, and it's called the Traveler's Prayer. That's just what it's called. And it's a tradition. We say this thing, we say this prayer. And in that prayer, we're basically speaking to a higher power. We're requesting our safety from that higher power. I immediately asked him, can you tell me once the plane takes off and goes above the clouds, that's when I'm supposed to say the prayer? That's what my dad told me. Can you at least let me know when that happens? You're at the window. I'm in the aisle. He, of course, agreed. About 45 minutes into that flight, we're flying at a normal altitude, about 300 people in the plane, and all of a sudden, just a huge explosion. Imagine a huge explosion. There's no better way to describe. And the plane completely loses control. Things flying everywhere. And I'm sure you can just imagine we're dropping altitude. Out of nowhere, this occurs. Okay? Everybody is freaking out. The pilot eventually gets the plane under some control. And you could see all of the stewardesses were extremely busy trying to work with everybody on the plane to make sure they were comfortable. And they themselves at that moment didn't know that we were going to be okay. But they did their best to make us feel as if we're all going to be okay. Eventually, the pilot calls in the staff, each stewardess, and they get informed by the lead stewardess that there's a horrible situation and they don't know how to fix it. And it's a situation where there's a book in the cockpit where almost any situation that can go wrong, even if like there's no chance of surviving, it's written in the book, this could possibly happen, and then ... What happened to us, it wasn't written in the book. It wasn't in this 3,000 page book. If you look at a picture of the old books before we had the technology that we have today, this book was like 3 times as thick as a typical phone book. I've seen it. It's crazy. The issue we had was we lost all hydraulics. There was nothing the pilots could do about it. They couldn't operate the plane normally. For all practical purposes, without hydraulics, the plane shouldn't even be in the air, let alone even attempt to land the plane somewhere using any form of landing gear at any normal speed. Sitting in first class, there was a gentleman, and this gentleman walked up to the cockpit. He knocks on the door, and they open the door, and they're out of their minds, like busy trying to figure out what's going on. And he says, "Hi, my name is so-and-so, and I happen to be a pilot, and I'm an engineer. I work with airplanes. I know the way things work." And the pilot, our captain, immediately turns to him and says, "You don't understand. There's nothing we could do." And he says, "I know, I understand. We've lost all hydraulics, haven't we?" At that moment, all the professionals on the plane understood the severity of the problem. I believe, and different stories are told differently, I was very close to the captain for many years, but I believe that part of the situation went like this. The captain essentially was just trying to find a spot to put down the plane so that, yes, he gives the best opportunity for any survivors, but also so that he shouldn't smash into a home, a park like this where kids might be playing or something like that. That was his goal. There was a highway nearby. They were thinking about landing it over there. They were nowhere near their destination, and there was no way they were going to make it that far. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they were speaking to the tower that was closest to them. And as they were speaking to the tower, they said, there's this airport, this tiny little airport that's actually a military-based airport that's in this tiny little town called Sioux City, Iowa, and you're not that far from it. I don't know if you could make it there. The pilot immediately made a plan. The pilot is an individual who flew for all 6 branches of the military. The Air Force, he flew for the Navy, he flew for the Army, he flew for the Marine Corps, he flew for every single branch, or at least those 6 branches of the military. So he had an understanding of aviation that was beyond your typical pilot. He started treating the plane in the way that he would have treated the plane when he was in service. He figured out a way, miraculously, in his words, where he was able to drop altitude, pick up a certain amount of gust of air, pick it up, and the plane would rise twice as high as it fell. So as crazy as it seems, as they fell, it was doing us a favor to build up the momentum for the plane to actually be picked up much higher. So he kept doing this maneuver over and over again so that we could stay in the sky. And they could only bank in one direction. So it was literally like trying to go forward to get to a location, but in circles. So imagine he's going like this, and like this, and like this, trying to get to here. This is what we're doing. And we're dropping, and we're going up, and we're dropping, and we're going up. All of a sudden, there's another explosion. We basically are now running on one engine. The DC-10 holds 300 people. They don't fly them anymore. It's built with 2 seats that are right next to a window on each side and 5 seats in between. 300 people on this aircraft. The pilot figures out a way to keep the plane in the air for enough time to get to this destination that he was just told about. In the process, the pilot was giving instructions to all the stewardesses and everyone on board on the idea of what it means to brace, the fact that they would be using exit evacuations that would include the slides of the aircraft, and they began to prepare to land in Sioux City, Iowa. Bear with me, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, just turn on the, I think so. I think it's. Let me see what it looks like on. Yeah. Yeah. I apologize, guys. I'm trying to accommodate everybody here and trying to put this all together for you. So imagine at this point, the pilot is doing miraculous work, and they're getting to this airport that they're trying to get to. Now I want to talk about something else. I'm on flight 232. My seat was switched from a seat that I was supposed to sit in to the back of the plane. When this disaster began to occur on the airplane, the gentleman sitting next to me did his very best to keep a clear face, even though I could see that he understood the severity of the issue. He said, "Listen, Israel, we're going to have to switch seats. You're going to have to sit by the window. I'm going to sit in the aisle because I need to open up that slide." Remember at the beginning of the flight when they showed that video about the exits with the slides? We're going to be sliding down a slide. Don't worry about it. just right now we have to switch seats. And he switches seats with me. So we have flight 232, the number's 232. The fact that I was supposed to sit in the front seat and ended up all doing something. He was attempting to do something for me. He started talking to me a little bit. And he said, listen, I know this is crazy what's going on, but I want to tell you two things. Number one, I have a daughter. She's 7 years old. She's about 2 years younger than you. She's an amazing little girl. And I'm on my way home to see my daughter from my business trip. Right now, we just need to do what we need to do so that we can land over there. And after that, everyone's going to get to go to the destination that they need to get to. But for right now, this is where we're going. And then afterwards, he asked me a question. He said, that prayer book that you pulled out, when you asked me about saying the traveler's prayer, I think I saw English words in it. And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Richard Howard Sudlow was his name. I said, yes, sir. That prayer book is both in English and in Hebrew. On one side of the page, so imagine a notebook like this. Here's the Hebrew, here's the English. So it's folded. So we had switched seats. So now he's sitting here, I'm sitting here, I have the Hebrew in front of me, and he asked if he could read the prayer along with me in English. And that's what we did. And he said to me, he said, I know you said the prayer already. I think we should say it one more time. That's what he said to me. And we said the prayer together. He read it in English, I read it in Hebrew. I'm not going to get into today every detail. I will absolutely give you an opportunity, everybody, to ask more questions at a certain point. Flight 232, my seat was changed. My seat was changed from all the way in the front to all the way in the back. We have the fact that I'm sitting next to a man who actually cares enough to do something for this stranger that's sitting next to me. And he has enough inside of him where he decided to talk to me about his daughter, which he didn't have to discuss. And he tried to keep a face of composure the entire time. Well, to make this part of the story a little bit shorter, we actually get close to the airport. And as we get to the airport, the pilot has a drop of hope that there might be some survivors. He knows he's not going to survive because he'll crash and the cockpit would get crushed, and that's for sure not. But he's hoping that the passengers, at least in the middle and the back, that they'll survive. They're putting babies in overhead compartments, wrapped in pillows. They're putting children on the floor right below the parents that are there. My parents weren't with me. That wasn't their fault. There's nothing they could do about that. And in fact, I believe that my mother, knowing I was on the plane alone, she went through more trauma than I myself did. Her trauma is more significant and worse than the trauma I experienced. I believe that. I don't just say that, I believe that. If you're someone in my life, you will know that I believe that my mom experienced worse trauma than myself. But my parents weren't there. All there was two stewardesses that chose to come up and talk to me, and the man sitting next to me. As we get closer and closer, he's trying to show me the brace position and how to get down and how to hunker down. And everybody at that point, as we're getting closer to landing, realizes there's a good chance things are just over, finished, done with. People are either drinking or praying. That's what I always say about the plane. That's what they were doing. They were, Everybody copes differently with different situations. People were either drinking to numb what was going on, or they were praying. And when I say that now, I'm not referring to anything that what people should have done or shouldn't. I don't care. I'm just explaining the environment that I was watching. The man sitting next to me chose to pray with me. Other people were drinking. And those other people, I'm sure, were praying too, and it was fine. That was just the scenario. The point that I'm trying to make with that is just that people understood the severity of the issue. So they were adapting the best they could. I think the people that were drinking were doing the right things for themselves in that moment. They were trying to do their best to keep their composure. A lot of them had children with them. It was, if you're flying, one child flies for $1 that day. My dad got a special deal for me because they didn't have money to buy his own ticket and put me on. But because he used to fly for a living, he made a deal with the airlines that because he flew so often, that they would take me on the flight for $1. So there's tons of kids on the plane. There's people trying to cope the best way that each and every one of them can. We get really close. We get close to the runway that's right in front of us. And prior to that, the captain had said to the tower, I can't just go into an airport. You don't understand. It's not like we're going to stop. Whenever we hit the ground, we're going to keep sliding. We're going to smash into things. And they said, don't worry. At this airport, at this specific runway, at this specific spot, all there is a runway and cornfields. Like the rabbi was talking about prior to me getting up and speaking. All there was cornfields right in front of this huge, huge runway. We get close to the ground, and the pilot did his absolute best. And we hit the ground about 3 times the speed that you're supposed to hit the ground when you're flying normally. The plane had banked to the right. The pilot kept screaming left, left, left. And the plane smashes into the ground and explodes. The cockpit's crushed from 7 feet to 3 feet. Right behind the cockpit, people are absolutely just destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. The middle of the plane ends up in another place. The very end of the plane, the tail part of the plane, the part that I was sitting in, it ends up rolling 300 yards from the spot where they hit the ground. 300 yards from that spot. I remember that rolling. It felt like it was just never going to end. That's what it felt like to me. But when the pilot yelled, brace, 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 the gentleman sitting next to me did not do what the pilot asked him to do. No. As I recall, and there's a question of exactly what he did, but there's no question about what happened. He essentially unbuckled me and buckled himself on top of me in some way or another. I just remember being absolutely squished like crazy by this man on top of me. We hit the ground, we're rolling 300 yards, and people are just getting destroyed, just completely sliced open. I was under him, so my organs were protected, but my arm was completely cut off, besides just a little piece hanging right here. Any of you, if you ever want to see in Chicago, when you guys come by, I'll show you. There's a huge line, a scar, where you can literally see that they reattached my arm. My head was split open. There were 5 spots in my head that was split open. It's hard to recall everything. My parents took only 2 pictures of me at that time of my life because of how severe it was. The man sitting next to me, the gentleman, I try to be careful with how I say this, but I personally feel like I killed him. I feel like it's my responsibility. But at the same time, I do recognize not to focus on myself about the bad that I did. The craziest part is, as bad as it is what happened to him because of me, the unbelievable kindness of this man who knew He was not gonna survive. There's no question. He knew he was not gonna survive. In the famous book, Flight 232, Professor Lawrence Gonzalez refers to the man on top of me as acting like a shock absorber for somebody or for parts in your car, absorbing as many bumps as possible, as many pieces flying around as possible. He gets sliced in half. Of my arm, my head split open. We finally stopped rolling. I remember a couple of people being pulled out, whether they were dead or alive. I don't want to get too much into detail, but I remember that the voices became distant from me. They were close up and then they became distant. I found out later that the reason that occurred was because the man that was pulling people out of my section, who rushed as fast as he could to get to people to try to do whatever he could, they realized that they had gotten whoever had survived and the rest were buried under 6 feet of rubble. While he was running away from that section of the airplane, he says he heard a voice. Back then, we didn't have cell phones. There was no technology like we have today. If you were lost or something happened to you, your mother always told you your address and your phone number. In case you're lost, this is what you say to the police officer or whoever comes to help you. Well, I just wanted my mom to know where I was, because I know my mom. And I know how concerned she is if I'm not where I'm supposed to be or something happens. So I immediately start screaming just out loud, not about the pain, not about the physical component. It's almost as if in that moment after we rolled, I was no longer afraid of anything physical. It became 100% a fear within the context of society. I just continued to scream. This man heard me scream. He chose to come. He picked out through the rubble, and eventually he pulled me out. He pulled me to safety. They bagged my arm. They took me to the hospital. And that's my part of the story that occurred to me. I was a disaster physically. It took a very long time for me to heal. Initially, I was like in a bubble. Eventually, my mom found out I was alive, but it was absolutely horrific for everybody involved. Now, for just a moment, I know that what I just expressed was extremely intense. But I want you to think about a different mom. A mom who sends their kid overseas and gets that phone call, like my mom got the information in the car, your son's not alive anymore. When I was in Israel, when I was overseas, I was standing 1 week at a spot that's called Kikal Shabbat, the corner of the Sabbath. It's the busiest day of the week, Friday right before Shabbat, where everybody's trying their best to get food and everything they need for Shabbat so that they can have and appreciate Shabbat dinner, Shabbat lunch the next day, and all the preparations are made before Shabbat. There's probably about, literally about 100 people on each corner on that 4-section corner. There's 4 sections so the 2 streets meet. It's the intersection. On each corner of that street, those 2 streets, was about 100 people. It had just started raining maybe 10 minutes before. And if you ask anybody who drives, especially if you ask like truckers and whatever, what's the most dangerous time to be driving? It's not in a snowstorm. It's not in some crazy thing. It's actually right after it begins to rain. If you're driving and something happens and it begins to rain you do something called hydroplane. 1 second, guys.
Yeah, batteries.
Hang on. No. I apologize, guys. I really wanted to speak here. It was important to me that I should be here, and the lights are not working in the park because of the flood. So it's very dark. I'm going to continue. Some people are helping me over here with a flashlight, and I hope that it works on some level. And I really did not plan on stopping in the middle, and I apologize to everybody for this, but I do want people in my chat to actually get what's going on. In my chat, if you guys can let me know if the light is working, I'd appreciate it. Is the light helping at all? Can you see me, guys, or not really?
No, it's not really helping. I think there was a difference.
I know you hear me, YG, but can you see me? This was really unexpected, guys. I apologize. One moment. I apologize to everybody here. I'm trying to accommodate people that are watching on my chat. I don't know how to move the entire crowd to a different spot, but I'm talking to you guys directly right now. Amy, I saw your message. Should we maybe move to the Flight 232 sign and get everybody to go there? And on the middle,
Is that gonna be brighter?
under a light, like under one of these lights.
Oh.
Hang on, guys, for 1 second. Bear with me. Hey, chat. You have no idea how disrespectful this is that I'm doing this to people. You guys know me. I'm crazy. I have 2 chats going. Both chats, guys, I want you to be able to see me, and I'm so sorry. We're going to go to the fancy parking lot that they created here for the survivors. And I'm going to speak right by the spot where the entrance to the park is. I just decided I do need to give everybody a moment to catch up, because there's a spot where everybody can sit, and I believe that it'll be a lot better there. I really do apologize, everybody. I wanted to speak at that spot, and it's really emotional for me to talk, actually. But I feel like it's pointless if I'm not being seen. I'm not watching everything in the chat, but I know Amy texted me. I got your text, Amy. I'm trying to see if there's enough seating in this area. And if there is, then I'm going to speak over here. And I believe there probably is. This is another overpassage where they did this for the flight. They called this the rescue area. But there's a bunch of people here already, all sitting in the seats. I apologize. All right, stay with me. Guys, I apologize. Just give me a moment. Everybody's catching up, and they're going to sit on the auditorium seats over here. I'm still here, guys. I am so sorry. The other chat's exploding. Thank you. Everybody's trying to take their seats. This is more stadium seating. There's actually more seats in this area than the other. One more second, guys. Now, yes, I'll wait. You wanna? They want to sit. Everybody wants to sit. Sorry, guys. You guys want me to make more? Make extra seats for everybody, okay? That's what they're asking for. All right. There's the lights. It's the beginning of the auditorium, and hopefully everybody will. Okay. I apologize to everybody. Unintentional, obviously. The flood that was here in Missouri. The river got flooded, and the whole park got flooded, and the lights that were lower down, those theater seats that are lower down by the memorial site got flooded, and over here, the area that I'm in right now, it's about 30 feet elevated, and there's other auditorium seats here as well, so people were nice enough to accommodate both of you chads. I appreciate you. I definitely, just for you, the other people can see me, but it was getting dark, so I apologize to you guys, for real, okay? So, essentially, think of this in the context of, we have the number Flight 232, right? The seats are spread out more. I'll try to speak to everyone accordingly. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all being here as well, of course. Yes. Questions will come later, so yes. So, if everybody can stop for a moment and just recalibrate. We're talking about the number Flight 232. We're talking about the fact that my seat was switched at this point twice. We're talking about the fact that this man, this unique man, chooses to put himself in a situation where I essentially kill him. He's gone now. Gone from this world right before my eyes. And the paramedics are leaving that section of my plane. They thought they saw whoever would be alive, and they kept moving on. I was screaming on the top of my lungs to get the attention of somebody so that they can let my mom know that I was there. That was my goal. One paramedic, he was a vet from Vietnam. He was a little bit older for being your typical paramedic, but he immediately ran to the disaster to assist in any way that he could. And he went to pull me out. He kept saying to the people next to him, "No, I hear a voice. I hear another voice. I hear somebody. There's somebody that's still in the plane. There's someone there." And he went back. Him and another gentleman dug through, and they saw the gentleman with the Richard Howard Supple, may he rest in peace. On top of me, a little 9-year-old boy. He's basically completely sliced in half. My arm is in one spot, I'm in another. All I remember is blood dripping down my face, and one of my eyes, I couldn't really see through it. It was almost as if there was a flood in my eye. That's what it felt like. It felt like my eye went and just filled up with water. So, we have these unique situations. Now, imagine that mother who is over on a different side of the ocean than her child, and it's at a time of war, it's at a difficult time, and I'm standing on the street corner, and all of a sudden a bus that was coming from above, there's 2 hills there. It goes down and then up, right in this specific section, in the 4 corners of the street. are literally right at the bottom of these two hills of a street. Everything in the Middle East is very mountain-like, and it's not like straight roads. Everything's around something special or some specific site, and then you have to drive around it. The bus starts barreling towards me and 100 people in the crowd. I looked in front of me and I saw there were 3 girls that were completely frozen solid, standing actually in the street. I remember they were religious girls, and in my community at that time I wasn't being strict about this law, but I knew for sure these girls, you could just tell they were religious. And then we respect women in Judaism, and we don't touch another woman theoretically until she's married, or until you marry her, or it's your kids, your family. But otherwise, women, we don't do that. Women touch men. That's just the way it is. And I remember in my brain thinking, would these girls rather me not touch them and not make it, or me potentially doing something and taking some action and possibly bringing them to safety? Was my initial thought. They were right there. This is an aspect of the story that I had never told over the course of a few years, and there's a few friends of mine over one winter, not this past winter, but the winter before that, I had a conversation with one of my friends. I was staying at his house. He was one of the few friends that I was with at that time. And it had become important to me, this aspect of the story. I asked him, remember when that bus was coming down towards the crowd? He says, yeah. Do you remember there were 2 girls that were in the street? Of course, I do remember. You don't talk about it much, but of course I remember. I was standing right there. After the plane crash, on the topic of women, I grew up in a community where girls don't really hang out with boys, boys don't hang out with girls. When you're young, maybe a little bit, but not really. And then until your marriage, until it's time for you to get married, and at that point, you start dating and it's different. But in general, men don't touch women, women don't touch men, and they don't really hang out with each other until you're an adult. And then of course you're hanging out in the community, men speak to women and whatever, but for sure as a little kid you're brought up. I went to an all-boys school. My siblings that were female went to all-girls school, and that's just the way it is. So as a little kid, it always bothered me tremendously. I felt so much guilt deep down inside of my soul, so much guilt, that this man was literally slaughtered in front of my eyes. And he had a daughter back at home waiting for him at school. She was waiting for him so he would pick her up. The mom had made up with her dad. Your flight's going to land at this and this time, and then you'll go straight from the airport to pick up your daughter. She's excited to see you, coming back from a business trip. Well, his wife didn't hear about the plane crash immediately. She wasn't watching the news. She wasn't listening to the news. And she just assumed that her husband had gone to school and picked up her daughter. And this little girl, this 7-year-old girl, is sitting for about 7 hours, according to my understanding, in front of the school, waiting for her dad, who's lying in the midst of an absolute disaster, more than just a pool of blood. I wanted so badly to meet this little girl. I wanted to apologize to her. I wanted to speak to her, to have a conversation about what occurred. I wanted her to know that it wasn't my choice. I didn't ask her dad to do this for me. It's not something I requested. And I wanted to tell her that if I could go back in time, I would change it. I hate the way it felt deep down inside of me. I despised myself. I despised myself. I despised everything about everything that was going on. About 2 years after the crash, eventually my mom speaks to my dad and says, listen, our son is growing up in a hospital because of this disaster. He's only alive because of this man. He's desperate to meet this girl. We have to figure something out. And the head rabbi in the community heard about this. My dad himself is a very important rabbi. And he told my dad, and he sat down and they agreed, you know what? Israel needs to meet this little girl. Her name is Michelle, by the way. That year was one of the years where Hanukkah and Christmas fell out around the same time. So one of the 8 days of Hanukkah was also Christmas that year. I was 11 at that point. She was 9. She's 2 years younger. I'm sitting, and eventually my parents agree. And I'm sitting there, my mom had made like half the house looking like Hanukkah and the other half the house looking like Christmas to accommodate them so that they could feel like they were celebrating their holiday, we were celebrating our holiday, but we were just going to do it together. She walks in the door, and it's the first time I ever met Michelle. And I look at her, and I just fall apart, just start crying, uncontrollably just crying. And she says to me, Israel, why are you crying? And I said, Michelle, I killed your dad. You don't have a dad because of me. You're growing up without a father because of what I did. I'm the one responsible for this. You had to cry. You had to go to a funeral where they probably couldn't even have an open casket. Who knows? For your father, and it's my fault. And her immediate response, like snap of a finger, without even blinking, that quickly, she says to me, don't worry, Israel, one day you're going to be in the same situation as my dad, and you'll make the same choice that he did. That's what she says. I'm just completely blown away. I'm 11, but I'm pretty mature 11, having gone through a lot. I'm sure you can imagine when you go through trauma, you grow up a little quicker. There's certain things about life that you're forced to understand that you wouldn't have understood otherwise. She's standing in front of me, and that's her response. It definitely put me in the mindset of being able to calm down, relax, and just try to have fun with her. And so we sat, and we enjoyed the holiday as best as I could. I remember just staring at her, adorable little girl, and I remember just like staring at her the whole time, and I couldn't stop thinking about my part in her life, what I did to create this pain in her life. Yet she responds to me so quickly, without the snap of a finger, with an understanding as she too went through trauma. From the people that passed away, it wasn't just them that suffered. The survivors didn't just survive injuries. There's that emotional component that comes with your family member never coming home again. That's one. They themselves become survivors. My mother is a survivor of the plane crash, even though she was not on the plane. My experience in the world is very different than what a lot of people think of it as. Wow, you survived and you're trying to make, this. It's not like that. That's not the way things are. And I was looking at her and I knew that she was in pain. I knew if I'm in pain, there's no way that she's not in pain. Well, 10 years later, when I was in Israel, there was a triple-decker bus. It was 3 accordions. The surgeon eventually explained to me that it was the weight of, I believe, 80 or 180. I remember the number 80. It was either 80 or 180 full block Ford Mustangs piled on top of each other. That's how much weight the bus weighed. The bus comes barreling towards the crowd. There's two extremely religious girls that are frozen right in front of me at the beginning of the street. And me and my friends, not just myself, we pushed the crowd as far back as we could, and there was a flower shop that used to be there. And in Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it, everything is made of something called Jerusalem stone. It's like an impenetrable type of stone. That's why that famous wall in Israel is still there. It's like you can't knock it down. It's just one of those things, you know? Think of it as within the context of like pyramids and stuff like that. It's stone that is it's unbreakable. And so you're standing there and you're getting everyone into the flower shop and as fast as everybody can, and now they're safe, even if, so what? So it hits the wall, through crumbles of the block's gonna come down, everything else is gonna be completely fine. We push everybody back. Those two girls that were standing in the middle of the street, I tossed them basically through the window. They got messed up a little bit. I spoke to them before tonight to make sure that they were okay with me talking about this, and they ended up being fine. But that little girl, when she was 9 years old at the time, and flight 232, my seat's being changed. The gentleman randomly, the kindest man alive, is sitting next to me. And then I inevitably meet his daughter. And then through meeting his daughter, she straight up tells me, one day the same thing will be, you'll be in the same situation, you'll make the same choice that my dad did. And that's exactly what occurred. When I was sitting in the hospital after the bus accident, give me just 1 second. I apologize, guys. I go back. We have flight 232. We have the seats being changed. We have this gentleman sitting down next to me that's literally an angel. Literally. Like a hand of God, if you believe in God. Like literally a man sent from heaven just for me. The seats changed. Then you have this little girl at 9 years old, says to me, One day you'll be in the same situation as my dad was in, and you'll make the same choice that he made. When I was, the week I turned 20 years old, almost exactly 10 years later, I'm standing on a street corner, and I'm no hero at all. I wasn't thinking like that. It was an instinct, a knee-jerk reaction to grab those girls and throw them through the window. Well, I did. The bus smashed down, pinned me to the ground, and stopped on top of me for about 5 to 10 minutes. I was so entangled in the bus that they couldn't figure out how to remove my leg out from under without just literally slicing it off. And I'm sitting there under the bus, and things start to come together to me. It's like, the whole thing's insane. It's just like, my mind. And in that moment, right after the bus ran over me, my initial thought was I was screaming, and they thought that I was yelling at the paramedics. I was asking if everybody else was okay. Eventually, I was screaming at the paramedics to hit me up with that morphine while we're waiting for 180 tons on my leg, crushing my leg. I get to the hospital. Eventually, they got the bus off of me. They couldn't move me. And I'm in bad shape. And can you imagine, my mother gets another phone call. Nobody gets hit by a bus, slammed to the ground, and then the bus stops on top of them, and they just make it. That's not the way things naturally work. That's not the natural progression of a disaster like that. And that's the phone call that my mom gets. I'm in the hospital, and at that time I was doing a tradition. Understand this. Every single week in Judaism, there's a portion from the Bible that we read on the Sabbath, on Saturday. We don't read that portion twice a year. It's once a year on that specific day, on that specific Saturday. This is the portion that's being read, and that's it. And the Bible's big. It covers a portion per week throughout the entire year. And every week leading up to the Sabbath, you read yourself before you read that portion on the Sabbath. You review it yourself before Sabbath and before Shabbat, and you just read that portion of the Torah. You look at it, you read through it, you prepare yourself for Saturday. I randomly had started that tradition that year. About 6 months before that, or maybe about 5 months before that, I had started this tradition. On Rosh Hashanah, the famous Jewish holiday, I took that upon myself as something that I thought would be nice and special to do. We're sitting in the hospital, and my best friend in the whole world comes. And when I say my best friend, I'm going to speak a little bit on this topic, probably more tomorrow than today. But without my friends, I would never have made it through life. I don't think people completely comprehend what it means to survive. People assume it's just like this thing, you survived, and now it's, look at you, you did it, it's done, finished. No, that's not what occurs. That's not the way it works. It's so complicated surviving these things and wondering to yourself, why me? Asking yourself that question on a constant basis. That's what survival is. And so my friends literally got me through life up until that point. The best thing anybody could have done for me at that moment was get my best friends to the hospital for me. There's nothing that anybody could have done better than that. My best friend comes, I end up with like my jaw wired shut for the first day or two. They were concerned about it, a bunch of other stuff. And I'm sitting on this crazy bed. I'm hanging from the ceiling. And my best friend in the entire world, as a favor to me, because he knew I had started that tradition, because that's how close we were. That's how close we were. It was just like, as he's watching this right now, he comes to the hospital and he spends that Shabbat with me, that Sabbath. This all happened Friday night, right before the Sabbath, which starts sundown Friday night. As anybody who's watched the Scientology channel know, you guys know, when it gets close to sundown on Friday, I gotta go back. I don't film on the Sabbath. It's my day of rest. That's it. Now, forget about religion for a second. It's spiritually significant, and that's it. So he came to the hospital and he stayed with me for the Sabbath for that first day. He ended up staying a lot longer with me, obviously, as I needed to be there until I was healed. But my best friend comes in and he starts to read the portion to me. Now in the crowd, I'm sure there are people at this point. This is like a huge, I'll show the people in the chat later. I apologize, but this is a gazebo full of people, and then there's grass, so it's a little hippie-like. People are not very comfortable for me looking around. There are people that are sitting, and I apologize, but I just want you to think about the concept of one thing. Just think about the concept. Ask yourself one question. Where does the name Israel come from? We know who Abraham was. We know who Isaac was. We know who Jacob was. We know who Moses was, right? These are all names we understand. Where did the name Israel come from? Why are the people... The word Jews is an English word that people use based upon a specific tribe in Judaism. And that's where the word comes from. But biblically speaking, racially speaking, there's a Hebrew word to refer to the Jewish people. It's called Bnei Yisrael, the children of Israel. Who was Israel? Who was this person? Well, anybody that's read the Bible might remember this. Jacob is traveling. And along the way, he realizes he forgot certain items back in the camp that he was at. And famously, there's a very famous lesson that we learn from that about appreciating all that you have. As Jacob stopped his trip and went all the way back, retraced his steps, and he went back to pick up some small items that he had left behind. But he treated everything he had with respect. He treated everything he had with honor and appreciation. Now, on his way back there, he's confronted by an angel. Some form of as it's written in the Bible, it's basically an angel of some kind, and he gets in a tussle with the angel as he's traveling. A famous story in the Bible. Anybody that's read the Bible on any level, like whether you're Jewish, Christian, Islam, everybody knows this story. It's a famous story. Jacob gets in a fight with an angel. And famously, his leg gets crushed by the angel, but he wins the fight. And God says in Hebrew, you have fought with man in wars. You have fought with everything in front of you. You have fought with angels. Your name is no longer Jacob. Now your name is Israel. He changed Jacob's name to Israel. Jacob had the 12 tribes, the children of Israel. So that's why we're called the children of Israel. Jacob's name was changed from Jacob to Israel. He had the 12 tribes. All Jews come from those 12 tribes. Some of them are in Africa. Some of them are here, there, scattered around the world at different points in time. But there are 12 tribes. And we are the children of Jacob. We all come from those 12 tribes. That's what makes up the Jewish people that are truly called the children of Israel. B'nai Yisrael. Think about this, guys. Flight 232, the seats being changed, the man sitting next to me, the fact that his daughter makes a prediction that one day I'll act in the same way her father did when I was in pain. She consoled me. She consoled me. But she also quite literally predicts the future, because I don't consider myself that great of a human being, yet I jumped at the opportunity to keep these two girls pushed away and out of danger. And in the process, I ended up getting smashed by the bus. And now I'm in the hospital. And now my friend's reading me that week's portion out of every single week of the year. That portion was the portion where Jacob gets in a fight with an angel and his name is changed to Israel. The thing that he suffers the most, the famous injury, which is the reason that Jews actually don't eat a very specific part of any animal. It's called the Gid HaMashek. We don't eat it from any animal. Is because we respect the fact that Jacob was crushed in his leg. At that spot on any animal, we just don't eat it. Flight 232, the seats being changed. This girl predicting the future. Me jumping at that opportunity, ending up in the hospital. That's the week where God changes Jacob's name to Israel because his leg got crushed. That week, the night before that portion was read, that Sabbath was the week where God changes Jacob's name to Israel, based upon a tremendous injury he experienced from his leg. My leg is what got crushed by the bus. That's what was stuck under the bus. All the other injuries miraculously were able to heal properly. But my leg, all the tissue in my leg became necrotic. They had to wait for the skin, literally from the top all the way to the bone, to literally die. Complete necrosis. Complete necrosis in that area of my body, so that they could then graft skin from other places on my body to that spot. In the plane crash, I also had graft skin. Famously, anybody that knows me knows, I don't have an ass. They had to take it. They had to take it. And they had to replace other areas with that skin. I mentioned earlier today about the alphabet in Hebrew being alphanumeric. Numbers and letters are connected. As I explained today, the number 18 is special because that, if you take the letters, the word that equals life in Hebrew, that word, if you calculate the numbers from the letters, it equals 18. So 18 becomes a special number. Famously, if you make a connection between two things, like if your name equals 18, and that's why you have names like Chaim, right, which mean life, and their name equals 18, but let's say something else in your life equals 18, you always say, oh, wow, that's special, because that's just one example. But people find connections all the time, Kabbalistic connections, and it's called gematria. People find Kabbalistic connections. Throughout everything in Judaism that are connected with each other. And you would be surprised how crazy some of these connections are. This is not voodoo. It's not what this is about. It's not some kind of sorcery type stuff. That's not what it is. This is simply stuff that actually is right in front of your face, and that's what it is. Flight 232, switched my seats. The little girl tells me one day you're going to be in the same situation. I end up in that situation. Everything that she said is going to happen, happens. That week's portion, Jacob's leg gets crushed in the Bible, and that same day mine got crushed, and Jacob's name is changed to Israel, and that's my name. My friend immediately starts thinking, what's the numeric value of your leg? Now, famously, for it to be special, it can be one number off. And in fact, one of the most famous Kabbalistic rabbis, the one who actually started delving deep into this, where the concept of Kabbalah came about, whatever it is, he said that it being one number off, it actually makes it more special than even if it was identical numbers, which of course is extremely special. Well, my friend quickly calculates the numeric value of my leg, and it's 233. We have 232, we have 233, we have switching of seats, we have this guy giving up his life for mine. His daughter makes me feel at rest, makes me feel better about everything. Instead of me trying, I should have been making her feel better. Why is she responsible to make me feel better? That's not her responsibility. That's not something that she necessarily has to do. I should have been the one sitting there. That should have been mine, but she did that for me. And what she says comes true. And the numeric value of the flight and my leg are pretty much identical. All these miracles that occurred where there should not have even been one survivor in the plane crash. If you guys watch the live video from Friday, you will hear a man speak, not a very emotional individual, doesn't speak necessarily about the emotional components of what occurs in life, but he does go through exactly what happened to that plane. And as everybody knows, it was called the impossible landing. There are movies. There's a movie called 1,000 Heroes. There's a movie called Fearless. There's a bunch of movies that are based around the plane crash, based upon what this pilot did for all the people that were on the plane and anybody that survived. It's only because the pilot miraculously did these things. Now, I've had many conversations with the pilot before he passed away later on in life, may he rest in peace. He actually survived the plane crash. Very miraculously. Famously, he had a conversation in the cockpit as it was crushed from 7 feet to 3 feet. And there were other pilots sitting there. And he was still, had thoughts in his brain. And he openly says, like, guys, are you there? Is this like the other side of is this heaven? Like, what's going on? Like, it was crazy to him that he was even alive. This is the captain. Of course, he beat himself up like crazy for everything that happened to all the passengers that passed away. The 112, as they usually count. But I have had multiple conversations with him, and all I have to say is, I can give you the utmost guarantee that he was an extremely spiritual man. The captain used to call me on a regular basis. The captain used to call me, and he used to speak to me about anything, any struggle in my life. The rabbis in the high school that I went to had an understanding of my situation, of what I needed. And if things got too intense and I was experiencing some form of trauma, they would get the cap on the phone. And this wasn't a very public thing. He wasn't making it public that he was helping Israel out with all his problems, but the captain was always there for always. unbelievable man. A man that none of us can ever even comprehend. A man that in the process of taking action had absolutely no belief that he was going to be alive after getting that plane on the ground. His goal was to save as many lives as possible. That was it. The crew, the same. Each and every crew member from that plane are literally like angels to me. One of the stewardesses had spoken to the man sitting next to me, had told him, change seats and see what we could do. It was his idea. It was his desire to try to do something to potentially save my life. As I'm speaking today, I want to be very clear about something. Over this weekend, I've had certain experiences, and I thought very deeply about trauma. I thought about my experiences in the world, and I thought very deeply about what I will refer to as the misunderstanding of what it means to survive. On Friday in the chat, we had one of my fellow brothers that was on the plane, fellow survivor, Aaron Badis. His story, I'll let him say it himself. It's beyond incredible that he's still alive. It's beyond incredible. But I can just say, I'm not giving out any crazy private information. It's not easy for a lot of survivors to come back to Sioux City. When the pilot passed away, that was the most survivors ever got together that I personally saw. From my understanding, on the 25th anniversary of the plane crash, the entire flight crew was there, and there were other survivors that had made it. But I'm telling you, in current times, 35 years later, there were tons of kids on that plane. People are not coming back on the anniversary. I was literally, and I am literally one of the few, extremely few people that comes back here on a regular basis. The fact that Susan White, an angel, an absolute angel herself, that showed up on Friday, as you guys saw when I had to stop speaking because it was too much for me, that she was there. She's the only one that came back besides myself this time. That is not to knock the survivors. In fact, after certain experiences I had on Friday, and after thinking about it throughout Shabbat, I decided that I was going to address something today and tomorrow that I've never really addressed before. There are 7 survivors. I'm not going to let anybody know exactly, but there are 7 survivors that I basically had a connection with, a strong connection with, from the plane crash all the way till today. Some of them were family members who lost their family on that day. Some of them are fellow survivors. But it's people that are still in this world and trying to function and live a meaningful life with all of the images and the graphic detail that they experienced on that fateful day. I can tell you with certainty It's a beautiful thing that we memorialize the 112 that died that day. There's nothing worse. We need to do that. It's of utmost importance to remember those who perish. It's also of utmost importance to give credit to the team, the stewardesses, the pilot, all the crew members who literally created and performed miracles on that day. But I can tell you with certainty, and this included a conversation I had with the pilot, a very deep conversation I had with the pilot, a few years before he passed away. Sometimes it's the survivors that are forgotten. I'm very grateful that United Airlines treats their staff and the crew that was on that plane with the utmost respect and took care of them as best as possible. I think that's a beautiful thing. Honoring what they did for us that day is literally, I believe, a complete responsibility of ours. But after speaking with numerous survivors and having a lifetime, 35 years of thinking about and trying to cope and understand what occurred to me, I can tell you that there are a lot that feel forgotten. Surviving survival is pain that I can't explain to anybody. Experiencing trauma, especially at a young age, the damage it does to you is life-altering. And I can tell you that there was a period of time in my life where I got extremely healthy. And I had the grandest life that you could potentially imagine. I had such a beautiful, unbelievable life. Anything that you could potentially think of, I had. Any aspect of life that people dream of having, money, love, children, everything, I had that life. But there came a time where I completely fell apart. On Friday, it was publicly stated that the same thing happened to Susan White, who was a stewardess on the plane, who worked for United. And she herself had some form, which she never discussed this with me, but it was made public on Friday, that she went through some turmoil in her life where it altered the way that she was living as well. But she remained flying for United. And I am grateful. Thank you, United Airlines, for taking care of these literal angels. But at the same time, it's really hard for me to sit back now and not talk about 184. To not talk about those who made it to the hospital, physically survived, and were then forced to live in a world that no one who has experienced no trauma can understand. Of course, each and every individual in the world that experiences trauma experiences it differently than anyone else. My fellow survivors, each one experienced their trauma completely differently than I did. But the shared component of the survival is the suffering that we endure. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology. I specialized in substance abuse and trauma. Throughout my years, one of the things that I've noticed, which is what made me so passionate to become an activist in certain aspects of society, whether it's working with rebellious teenagers in my community who could be putting their lives in danger, substance abuse and issues like that, or if it's me advocating for individuals that suffer from trauma. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that most people who experience trauma and continue in their life suffer in complete silence. And if they don't suffer in silence, they don't even always comprehend how they're perceived by the rest of the world. I can't tell you how many people who actually know me well start discussing certain traits that I might have that are not exactly of the norm. The way that I interact with the world, it's not exactly of the norm. At least I do realize that, in my case, meaning I feel blessed. I watch other people that I don't know that much about, but I know that they've experienced trauma and they don't even realize how they're being perceived by the world. They don't even recognize how they look. They have an inability to step outside of that world and take a look at themselves and ask themselves, what am I doing here? How am I acting? How am I being perceived? Who am I affecting? In my case, it's just simply not fair to my parents, to my siblings, to someone who was the love of my life, who I spent many years with, had beautiful children, but eventually, inevitably, it caught up with me, and I completely fell apart on a very grand scale. Many of you watching know I lost every penny. It was either spent on surgery or spent on years that I simply could not show up to work. Not work where I was making money. In fact, the only thing I could do during that time was interact, and this is not something I realized until later. But at that point in my life, the only work that I could show up and do was interact with other victims of trauma. I couldn't show up to work for anything else. On an unconscious level, that was simply the only thing that was on my mind. The only thing. And the problem that occurs is you don't know exactly when it's going to hit. You don't know exactly how it's going to hit you. And it becomes really scary once you realize, whenever that is in life, that it has affected you. It becomes extremely scary. If you become self-aware regarding trauma that you've experienced, and you're actually being honest with yourself, you start to live in the world in a way where it's literally just like survival, just getting from one day to the next, getting from one thing to the next, getting from one place to the next. You get to a point where the only thing you see is to get from point A to point B to point C, but you completely lose yourself in the process. You lose a sense of who you are. You lose a perspective. You lose an aspect of your life that is what creates your identity. Your identity is affected by this. It can change. If you take on the world like you're bulletproof, this is coming from someone who has physically survived only 2 of the 4 times in my life that I was literally thought of as being gone, dead from this world. And I'm telling you that if you don't recognize the trauma that's sitting in front of your face and you don't deal with that trauma, it will not only affect you, but it will affect everyone around you. You will start acting a certain way. You'll start being available to people whenever it's convenient enough for you, but you become inconsistent. You don't even realize that you're affecting the people around you, and it's not your fault. It's simply something that occurs. And this is why victims of trauma need to be given every little bit of help that they can potentially get so that they can make it through. Being straight with you guys, everybody here, you guys know this is the first time you're hearing me say this. You felt forgotten. Like that businessman said to me that day. There was a time in your life where you thought of yourself with a price tag. This is what you're worth. These are the papers we're going to sign based upon you and your life on a financial level. When I reached out to the people that I believed were somewhat responsible to pick up the slack for some of what occurred to numerous individuals, at first I was pushed away, and eventually on a legal level, they brought up the legal component that they could no longer talk to me anymore because legal papers were signed at a certain point in my life when I was a very little kid, and therefore they can't have these conversations with me. And my requests to help my friends, I wasn't asking for money for myself. I wasn't asking for services for myself. I wasn't asking them to pay any medical bills that I had. I was showing them and saying to them, there are people from the accident that are lost. There are those of us that might be on the streets. There are those of us that are just suffering in silence. But what I learned from the experience of trying to obtain the services and the help that should have come from the right places, the main thing I realized was we need to focus on a major level in this world on those that have experienced trauma. We need to do every single thing we can for those people. Plane crash, bus accident, I was overseas when there was the aftermath of a horrific war. I was in the Middle East during 9/11, which of course occurred here, but it is the overwhelming and the length of time that there were disasters going on and war going on was going on in the Middle East. There were suicide bombs that went off not too far from my front door. Just a short couple blocks, not even away from my house at that point. When I fell so hard in life, and the doctors were medicating me. One morning, my mom couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She doesn't deserve that. She didn't have to experience this when I was 9, when I was 20, when I was 21, and then eventually after I fall apart in my very early 30s. This is not something that my mom should ever have had to deal with. And where are the services? Where are the resources for my mom, for my siblings who I love to death, each and every one of you if you're watching? My big sister Rifki, who came to Sioux City right after I was in the crash, and came as a 10-year-old little girl to see her brother barely looking alive. My little sister Sarah Suri, who I'm so close with still till today, just like all of my siblings. My baby brother Moshe, the two youngest in my family, Danny and Hans, who weren't even born yet, not even close to born yet, when I was in the plane crash. Yet they were affected by it. The ripple effects of trauma know no bounds. They know no bounds. The ripple effects of trauma know no bounds. My plea right now to those of you out there that have the ability, on whatever level it is, to provide resources for people that you see suffering, do so. If you see someone suffering in silence, don't just walk by. There's nothing worse. Don't treat them with pity. Nobody wants to be pitied. In my life, I've learned that there are certain people that helped me tremendously, and I will forever be grateful to them. But I was only worth it to them if I was a disaster, so that therefore their role was to help me. That's not a purely sincere thing when it comes to trauma. And it affects you later. Once you get healthy, you start to realize the individuals that were helping you just for their own little benefit. You need to do this in a fashion where you're helping the individual in a way that actually assists them in life. And it has to come from a sincere place. It's so complicated. I could sit here and talk about this for hours. And there are things that I said today, right now, with all of you sitting here and everybody sitting, watching, on the two streams that I have going here, I'll be misunderstood. People will misquote me. And that's okay with me for right now. Because for me, I'm going to recognize the best that I can, those that I can help and affect, including my own self. And that's what I'm going to do. As a pure example, the charity fund that Amy, and thank you so much, Amy, for being there, the charity that I'm asking people to donate to, and she has dropped the link in, and she'll drop the link in the comments after the video is, the live is done. It's an organization where the people that run the organization are not the people that necessarily make the choices of what goes on after that. I like to say about this fund that you can literally trace every penny that you're sending in. There are no complications within it. I'm not on the board. I'm heavily involved in collecting money for these people. It's a separate 501c3 than the ones that I personally created. There's still a 501c3 that I created, out of two of them. There's one that I created that theoretically I can plug right now and people can. I don't want to do that. That fund gets money from people that are promoting what we do with that money, and they will do that. I'll deal with the clinical component, and I'll recognize what people need on a clinical level, but on a financial level, the money that's dispersed is being dispersed in a way where people are taking into account all of the details that I mentioned. This is not to say that there's other funds that don't do a good job. It's not to say that there are other organizations that don't do a good job. I just feel responsible at this point in my life to not be silent about things and to put it out there to the world and to try to express the best way that I can, and from my own personal experiences, the things that work and help other people. I'm trying my best. I don't believe that I'm a very good human being. I have messed up in major, major ways. I have two of the greatest children in the world, and it's crazy when I think about how perfect they are. And they had to watch their daddy fall apart. My community, my generous, generous community who does understand these things, put together $500,000 to get me assistance when I needed it most. And I'm not going to get into details about the assistance and whether or not it was helpful or not helpful or whatever it was. The point is that there are people out there that care. There are people out there that are willing to do the work that's necessary to reach out to the survivors, to reach out to the victims, to reach out to people who are suffering in silence, and discuss with those people what's necessary to be done. To utilize the organizations that exist in the realm that this is being discussed in the most appropriate fashion. And I know it sounds like I'm going on a tangent here, but I'm coming to a very specific point. I know what it feels like. When people walk by, and it's almost like they make me feel like I don't even exist. I know and I experienced that. I know what it feels like to receive appropriate resources and help. But most of all, I know what it feels like to know that I have to constantly be searching deep down inside of myself and asking myself on every single level if I'm living my life in the way that I should be. I'm not referring to religion or anything like that right now. I ask myself, how do I treat my fellow man? I ask myself, how do I deal with people that I love? I ask myself, am I doing everything that I'm capable of doing for others? And I do sit here and beg those out there that came back to me with a response that they can't legally talk to me while I'm watching fellow survivors suffer in silence because of something that occurred. It's not okay. And I'm not just going to sit back and I'm not going to just take it. I'm not going to allow that to occur. I'm not going to allow there to be a spin on the story so that everything is washed over in a way where people might just not want to think about that. We don't want to talk about these people. We don't want to talk about these survivors, because if we talk about them, if we show their picture, quote unquote, they're going to look like an absolute disaster. They're going to make us look bad. Let's just focus on this. We'll just focus on one component of things and pretend like everything else doesn't exist. And yes, I'm frustrated about this right now. Very frustrated. Right now, as I speak towards the camera, this is not for the stream necessarily. This is because I know that there will be people that will be watching this on the replay that have a responsibility to reach out and help. To recognize the spin that everything's put upon sometimes so that we don't have to think about that. Now, I'm going to have to take a moment and I'm just going to have to regroup. And then there is a poem that was written a long time ago, years ago. Now, I wrote the poem, but I wrote it based upon the conversation that I've had with between 5 and 10 people. I can say with certainty that in this poem, there are portions of it that came directly, the perspective, the words, they came directly from 7 of the survivors from the plane crash. And I held back from reading this poem because I was told by somebody, one person who I one time read the poem to, oh, Israel, if you read that poem, it's gonna piss a lot of people off. People aren't gonna like that poem. You're gonna be highlighting a component of things that people don't want to talk about, that people don't want to think about. Well, today I say too bad. Today I say too bad. And literally, prior to this weekend, I had no plans of reading this poem. I did not even have the exact paper with me. I had to have somebody assist me and get me the exact words, which I believe they're the exact words. And I pray that there's no mistakes in it. I, of course, read it over, and it seems to be the same, but it's a poem that I read, that I wrote a long time ago. A poem I never had one specific day or plan to read, but now is the time. Very recently, it was highlighted in my face just how forgotten some people have become. And I'm not going to let them continue to get away with it. Not the people that should be assisting and helping, not the people that have the opportunity to shine a light on those suffering. And the media whitewashing over it and picking and choosing how they want people to perceive things. I was very clear tonight. Whatever I said was from my experience or direct information. The reason I wanted it to be live this year, once I learned how to do a live, which I'm going to get to in a second, but the reason why this year I wanted it to be live is because in the past, there have been people that have interviewed me, taped the speech, and then it was put out in a fashion that was so far from the way that I was actually attempting to express things. I was attempting to express something, and they manipulated it to a point where I can't even begin to describe how hurt I was when I saw the way they presented that information. And today I say, enough. I want to give a weird thanks. Most of you sitting here know, Rabbi, love you to death. Amazing, for me, for everything. And I'm sorry my mom's not here. The rabbi's unbelievable. I obviously think my parents, who are either watching live or watching on the replay, my mother and my father, obviously, who both did everything they possibly could to help me and attempt to make things as good in life for me as possible. I sincerely apologize to those who I've affected, especially my children who were affected by this. I take responsibility for my actions because no matter what has occurred in my life, I'm responsible. I hold myself responsible for those actions. I take it. I accept responsibility for things that I've done. But I am going to press for other people to take the responsibility on their end. And I sincerely want to thank people that most of you don't even know. There's a guy by the name of William Gooch, Streets LA, who has been doing lives for the longest time. I've been watching his lives for the longest time. And eventually, he got onto a topic, whatever it is. Some people in one of the chats know exactly what I'm talking about within the context of activism against cults, trying to help people get out, people that are suffering from the trauma within that, people that got out and are suffering with the PTSD that comes from being part of that cult. But what I realized was the best way to get your message out sometimes is to give it an uncut version. I might make some shorts from this. but you'll know you're watching shorts. And before I started tonight, I told Amy, Amy, I can't even thank you enough. Specifically, Amy, thank you. Mwah. My only moderator. But I want to thank Streets LA. I want to thank someone by the name of Shannon in Chicago who helped me start, got me started, explained to me how to do it in the beginning. I was just there to support everybody else. I never thought that I was just going to go live like this. All the other lives I've done is completely different. That other chat that's going on, it runs itself. I haven't created anything, nothing. I want to thank Shannon. I want to thank the other streamers in Chicago that were there for me. So Wendy, my friend Paul, who I spoke to today. We actually discussed some of the topics today that I'm speaking about tonight. Shannon literally got me started. Paul helped me tremendously as well. I believe I met them both for the first time at the same time. But I want to thank these people in this tiny little weird community. And I don't mean that negatively, but this tiny little community, I want to thank you for giving me the ability to put this out there. And no, in one chat, they already know a lot of this stuff, and they know what to do with the information. And that's why the fund in Chicago, for most of what is done today, works. But my fellow survivors that are in who knows which states, and they don't have a fund, they don't have organizations like I have in Chicago, they don't have that, and they're suffering in silence, it's not okay anymore. It's not okay to keep focusing on the same points that are obviously positive. Just because somebody needs assistance doesn't make it a negative thing. It's not like saying, well, let's just focus on the positive. People constantly say that. I'm not saying don't just focus on the positive. That's a beautiful thing. It's very nice to remember all the beauty, but there's a lot of damage that occurred as well. And I'm not going to stop with just this one speech. As I've been speaking, this crowd has grown. More people in the chat. By the time people hear this on the replay, who knows how many times it will have been watched. As many times, I hope, as possible. As many times. I do not want this to be something that's whitewashed. If you think I said something that you disagree with, make sure to watch this from the beginning to the end. And I'm sure when I watch it again, I'm going to say to myself, oh, why didn't I say this like that and this like... That's fine. I accept responsibility if I didn't say things perfectly. But no longer am I just going to sit by. I'm done sitting by. I'm done. After this weekend in particular, I'm really done. I'm not going to do this anymore. Just like we have the beautiful organizations that I personally know of in my specific community, doesn't mean that that exists elsewhere. And to my fellow survivors that are out there, that are still walking around, that eventually see this speech, I beg of you, reach out. Reach out if you need help. Reach out if you're suffering. Reach out if you're still in pain. Please, I'm begging. I'll do everything in my power to help. I'll push for those truly responsible for it to help get things done. I've done this before. I fought the system on numerous occasions. And I mean that in general terms. but I fought the system. I haven't always just marched to the beat of the drum. And just like in the past, I'll do the same in the future. And I'll be there and I will advocate for each and every one of you. Please know that I am completely sincere about that. I'm asking you guys for just a couple moments. I was able to hold myself back, I think, pretty well. I'm getting too emotional about things, but I definitely need a moment or two. But I beg of you, don't go anywhere. Those of you that need to leave, I know I spoke for a long time. That was very intentional. I had no plans of rushing through this. Every single year that I've come back, I've been interviewed in a specific way, I've been spoken to in a specific way, and I've never been able to just get it all out of my system. And if you guys think that this is just verbal vomit, that's fine with me. I don't care. Not because I don't care about you, not because I don't care about how I affect other people. It's because I know what I thought about, and I know what I believe I can control. And it's like that brilliant prayer that people say in the recovery community. It's brilliant. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. If I cannot change something, I should feel serene. Have the courage to change the things I can. Courage, not ability, courage. But most of all, the wisdom to know the difference. There's some things I can change, there's some things I cannot change. It's very hard to give up control. If I cannot change something, I cannot change it. And yes, in my life I do say, God, grant me that serenity if I cannot change it. But if I can, I pray for that courage. And most of all, I need that wisdom to know the difference between the two. What can I change? What can I not change? But whatever I can change, I can tell you, I'm going to be working very hard on doing so. There's going to be a couple of you that are not going to like some of the stuff I said. A lot of the people maybe in the chat won't understand to every detail what I'm talking about. But some of you sitting here right now that are watching, some of you right now that are watching, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. And I am done. Over this weekend, I think it was beautiful that Susan White was honored, and there was an article that was put out. I think it was beautiful. In the process, on Facebook, a family member of Richard Howard Sutcliffe, the man sitting next to me on the plane, the man sitting next to me on the plane, a family member is saying, oh, that's beautiful that you did, or you were a part of that. On that day, that person should have gotten phone calls from me, from us. I don't have that one person's phone number. But my point is, they should not have to respond to those of us that are capable of coming back here. We should be reaching out to them. The focus should be on those that are not in the spotlight. I'm asking all of you, please. You'll hear the poem. The one thing I guarantee will never change. Sioux City, Iowa, where I stand right now, Siouxland, you guys have been perfect. You have never made a mistake. Everything you guys have ever done has been perfect. You took us in like family, and I truly believe in you the same way. I don't want to hear any noise at the end of the speech. Silence is better than noise, so it doesn't even matter. I don't want you guys at home to be like clapping in your minds or whatever it is, none of that. I want nothing from that. All I want is for everybody to take that message, but I do want you to know the people from Sioux City deserve every little bit of respect and honor that they deserve. They dropped everything to come out and not only saved us from death itself on a physical level, but they saved us from death within life. And for that, I'll forever be grateful. So I love you guys. I'm literally, if everybody just waits just a minute here right now, I'm going to put it on mute. One other person showed up right now. I need to talk to you, and I apologize. Hey, chat. What's up, guys? Wow, you guys are still here. It's amazing. I'm talking to you directly now. I'm going to go back up. I think it's not showing me. It's showing me starting at like 10 o'clock. I'm missing all the chats. Amy, you're going to have to catch me up. What's up, Squirrel? I love your comments. Ari Staffa, I was in the same apartment as him when this happened, and I spent a lot of time while he was healing, and he never told me about the 2 girls he saved. No, Ari, I never discussed that with anybody. There are 2 guys from Yeshiva that know about those 2 girls. I thought you'd be in the other chat, though, Ari. What's up, though, bro? It's pretty cool to see you in this one. I love you, Ari Donowitz. Oh my God, yes. I love all you guys from Yeshiva, but Donowitz, I love you. Ari, I'm talking to all you guys. I love you too. Donowitz was one of my guys. He used to come to the hospital and drag me out to get some fresh air. I have so many funny stories. I'll tell you guys tomorrow about that. But Ari Donowitz helped me get my bed in Israel. There was a smoking room, and Donowitz helped get me and my bed out of the regular room in the smoking room so that everybody could just come and chill. Yep, that's true. Yes, the captain died in 2019, and the stewardesses were amazing. Yes, that's a whole nother story, by the way, the preparedness of Sioux City. Amy, maybe you can help me. I'm a little exhausted, but it is something that I want to talk about, actually, yeah. It's very hard. A lot of survivors don't come back. Amy, I know it's late. You're probably out already. I'm happy you're going to sleep, Amy. Hopefully you went to sleep. Too. They twisted your words too. I know exactly what you're talking about. Amy, if you're still on, if you think I'm sitting here away from everybody else, if you think that I should come back live tomorrow for the poem, maybe I'll do that. Shannon's amazing, yes. We do have an amazing community, TCD. Yes, Richard Howard Sudlow. Absolutely, D Savage. You know what, guys? I'm going to actually, hold on, I'm switching out this camera but you guys, I shouldn't lose the chat. This is a huge little, not amphitheater, but I can't think of what we would call it. Like a little, like people sit on what's like just brick steps. That's what it is. If anyone is still in the chat, let me know. If not, I totally understand. I will read the poem no matter what tonight, and I will do it again tomorrow. So that's what I'm going to do, actually. If you guys give me a second, I know this is a long live stream and you guys will have to, I just need a second. And I don't want to leave the live stream because if I leave the stream, then we all know that it'll end on me. Anyone still here, let me know. and I'll talk to you guys for a second. I just took a little bit of a walk away from everybody else. I just needed a break. Oh my God, there are people that are probably going to be up in arms about what I had to say tonight, and that's okay. It's really okay. Hopefully anyone that did watch it watched it till the end. Squirrel! What's up? What is up, girl? Good, TCD. Thank you guys. You guys will be the only ones to hear the poem. But you'll let everybody know that I'm going to read it again tomorrow. I'm not going to hijack the opportunity for everybody. I just feel it's necessary to do it this way. I haven't slept in like 2 days. Trust me, after this vomit, this verbal vomiting, I'll sleep like a baby. There are other people in the chat waiting, and there are also strangers that sat down here to come in and listen, because it's like a tiny little, like what you would call amphitheater. I don't know, like at the end of the video, I'll take you guys to where this is. It's a cool little spot, to be honest. Hey, Hillary. That's cool that you're still here. I know that there are a lot of other people that are trying. By the way, when I'm clean shaven, you guys can really see the scars by my lips. It's probably gross when I'm speaking. Apologize for that. My eye. They're a map. These scars are a map of my life. That's the reality. My mouth got my teeth got crushed, my mouth got all messed up. Every time I shave, it gets really, really bad. Graft skin. It's like an upside down Joker. For me, it looks like I'm frowning. That's a straight face, and it just looks like a frown, and I'm not frowning. I do feel like this Middle East, the summer was a little bit like the Middle East, because usually I'm this dark if I'm in the right element. I've been getting a lot of sun. I've been in nature a lot this summer. I've been doing a lot of thinking. I know I'm going to hate a lot of what I said, and I'm not going to think it was very good. I know it already. I know that. But I did it anyway because I think that it's necessary, and I had to force myself on some level. But I'm literally sweating from speaking. It's not hot. I'm just sweating from speaking. I'm actually going to switch to a t-shirt. Take off this shirt. It's not as comfortable. I promise I'll be back to finish this. I'm gonna have to go back to that little spot where it's like a podium, but give me a sec. I literally walked away. I'm gonna actually switch the shirt I'm wearing. I knew this was gonna happen. I actually brought a t-shirt with me. Everybody sitting on the grassy knolls got to see me change my shirt. I don't give a flying. uh, yes, as a clinical psychologist, I can tell you that it's true. Everything is blown out, but I knew it was going to occur. But I'm going to read the poem tonight no matter what on this stream because it's one long stream and that way people can see it that way. And I'm going to make a special stream tomorrow for the poem, but it'll be cool. You guys will get to see a dry run of the poem. Both chats. You guys will get to see a dry run. I have to kick this dirty habit of nicotine. I quit for my daughter's sake at one point, but then I was living overseas where everybody smoked cigarettes and a lot more, at least in America, and I started smoking again. But I'm trying to quit really bad. Let's see what this spot looks like. I might actually go say goodbye to a couple of those strangers that are sitting here, and then let me see how this looks, if it's light enough. Yeah, that's light enough. It's a little elevated, which is kind of cool actually, so. But here I go, guys. I'm going to go, and I am going to give everybody the opportunity to hear the poem, and I'm going to let them know. Okay, guys, I'm actually about to read a poem I wrote. So if you want to stick around for the poem, you can. Otherwise, it's cool to have met you guys and for you guys to be here. That's really cool. The rabbi was here before. Those people are really nice in the distance, guys. I don't know, they're leaving now, but I feel bad. They walked all the way around just to get away from me. I think they think I'm nuts. No, that's not true, though. Everybody in Sioux City knows the story, so it's not like everybody knows the story, so it's not a big deal. But it's going to be emotional reading the poem, so I am going to take a second. I don't care. I know this live is long as hell. It does not bother me. Yes, part of the story I explained tonight is, listen, let me tell you, Ellie Ehrman and Josh Augenbaum, they for sure saw things. They know more than what other people know. Those two individuals, they were right by me during the bus accident. Oh, those people are waiting in the distance. That's cool. They're coming back. Two young ladies. Two young ladies. Anybody else in the chat, say hello while I'm sitting here because I don't want to go back up yet. I'm just chilling here. My lips were so dry and nasty probably the whole time, but maybe it was dark enough to take away from the nastiness. I will indicate the second that I start reading the poem. I'm looking at the time, and I could tell Amy too that way once she sees this on the replay tomorrow. And tomorrow there will be more info given. I just, there's a lot of gratitude I have for a lot of people, and I'm not done thanking people yet, so when I have that opportunity, I will tomorrow. But for right now, I'm just trying to express myself as best as possible. Weird spot I ended up in, especially at the beginning of the stream. I'm going to have to, tomorrow I'm going to do this again, and I hope I come with as much energy as I came today. I'm very handsome. Thank you, TCD. Some of my classmates are actually texting me. Some of my classmates that were there for me when I was a little kid. Yeah. It's rough. The whole thing is kind of rough. The whole thing. I'll have to have someone help me make clips that are not taken out of context. I just want things to be as truthful as possible. I want things to be in the right context. But if you give me a second, guys, I really am going to come back. I'm going to read that poem tonight, and then I'll call it a night. But until then, hang out for just a second. Probably in like 2-3 minutes, I'll be back and I'll be reading that poem. Oh, I'm back here for a second, guys. There's still 6 of you in here, at least. Tell me who's here. I'd love to see it. I'd love to know. I'm going to jump back out there in a second and read the poem, but I just want to know who's in here. That was a big compliment, TCD. Isn't this park beautiful, though? This is all part of Flight 232 Memorial. It's all part of it. I wish the other part was lit up. Tomorrow I'm going to come here during the daytime. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that. What's up, Hillary? What's up, Squirrel? That's awesome you guys are still here. If you guys give me just a couple minutes, I'll be right back with you. It is a beautiful park. That's okay, Hillary. You can be quiet. You don't have to be outspoken. You can watch and not comment. That's okay. That's cool. That's awesome that you're even making that statement. Very awesome. Reckoning with joy. I like that too. I will take this opportunity to thank everybody, like my best friends in the world. I was careful not to name friends because I don't want to leave anybody out, but the gratitude I have for some of them is like beyond unbelievable. My best friend, my brother Chaimel, who's listening to this, He has the same name as my biological brother. I love you, and think about you all the time. That's my friend that was with me in the hospital. His name is Chaim. His name actually means life. That's the translation in Hebrew. And my friend Elazar, and Moish, and a lot of people. And there's certain people that even help me with the perspective. There's one friend I have, guys, that I never, I don't really talk about it much, but when I messed up in life, I only lost one friend. Like I could say I really lost one friend. But only one friend. It's interesting. He was introduced to me by another friend that I love that guy too, but this one specific friend that I have, I used to go to him all the time, and he's an extremely deep human being. And he and I used to have the best conversations ever. Best conversations ever. I love you. Shaul, if you ever watch this, love you like crazy, man. It's been a really long time. All my friends who watch this who are friends with Shaul, please send him my love. Tell him I love him no matter what. Always have, always will. And in literally just a moment, guys, TCD, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Look, there's more people popping in. Good. I'm not, you know what? Until there are 0 people in this chat room tonight, I'm going to stay live. You're welcome, MDMA. I could talk about drugs that I've done, MDMA, in my life with my best friends. We had a few trips that were eye-opening, actually. But yeah, that's why I think it's funny that that's your name. I think about that all the time. When I was younger, specifically, I would say, like I'm not speaking to people that can hear me right now. I'm speaking just to the chats. But I had a one-time trip with 2 of my best friends in the whole entire world, literally like brothers. I tripped with them on mushrooms, and it changed my whole perspective on life for the better. For the better, it helped me realize who I was and everything about that type of stuff. So that was cool. So MDMA, you every time I see your name, you remind me of good times in my life. Good times in my life, MDMA. I don't know if I should say dude, chica, MDMA. I'm not sure what your gender is, but you're very welcome. I don't know. I'm not always able to tell. You're a dude, all right. Then you definitely, you probably can relate. Me sitting there with my 2 best friends, tripping balls, as they say. I had such an eye-opening experience during that period of time in my life. It was crazy. It was psilocybin. It wasn't MDMA at the time, but to me, it's all the same. Anything that gives you that perspective. I'm not promoting drugs. I haven't done any in a very long time. Nothing in a very long time. Very, very long time, like years long time. But every time I see your name, MDMA, I laugh in my brain. Your name brings a smile to my face. Also, 18 is like, I don't know if I don't even know if you're Jewish or Arabic, but 18 has like extreme significance in both languages. But yeah, Hebrew specifically, it's a very special number. So MDMA and 18 both bring a smile to my face. The combination is awesome. Let me see this. What's up, Hillary? Today you have me thinking about how when people speak their truth in trauma, it is an incredible reach and impact. The truth has a powerful trickle-down effect. It does. Listen, I want you to know, Hillary, that I know for a fact, even if you don't see the numbers, quote unquote, on YouTube, the amount of people that will sit together and watch this are tremendous. And there are people that will be mad at me, and there are people that will be thrilled with me. And 18 is the day you were born. I was born on November 18th. So I was born on 18 too. That would be crazy if you were actually born on November 18th, but that was my birthday. That is my birthday. Now you guys know. I doxed myself with my phone number yesterday or 2 days ago, whatever it was. I don't care. Doesn't bother me at all. The name Matthew is gifts of God. Yeah, Matisyahu, yeah. Like you mean in Hebrew, I think, but yeah. What's abdominal though? The name abdominal, the name Matthew. October 18th, very cool. Yeah, right, those quotes on the rocks are crazy. Really crazy. I had to move in the middle. It was annoying to some people that were with me, and I do apologize, especially Rabbi. If you're watching this on the replay, I absolutely apologize. The rabbi had to go. That was misspelled. I figured it was misspelled. But what were you trying to say? Oh, and also Matthew. Got you. It's okay. Yeah, damn autocorrect. Absolutely. What's up, Keith? Hopefully you'll watch this almost 4 hour on the replay. One of the reasons I didn't want to thank too many people in the beginning is because I don't know who wants to be associated with this speech and who does not. There are probably people that do not. MD, you're a very special person. Yeah, it seems like it, right? And also, yeah, the autocorrect, I realized right away. But hey, Keith, I remember you. You know, on Friday, there was such a huge crowd there, and I was thinking about continuing, but I know that there are people there that would have misunderstood some of what I had to say, and I kind of wanted to be sensitive to those people. I didn't really want them to, I don't know. I think you guys understand, but yeah. I hope this reaches all the way up to the top or trickle down all the way to the bottom of very specific organizations. If Matt is here, I am here. Keith and Matt, you guys are connected? Are you guys watching together? I'm assuming Matt is Matthew. But yeah. Crazy world we live in, right, guys? Matt is awesome. I believe it. Are you guys like best friends? Significant others? How do you guys know each other? Tell me. Oh, cool. I didn't know that, MD. What's up, Glenn? Thanks for tuning in. Glenn, I quoted a prayer that I think you'd appreciate. I don't know. You got to retract and you'll see. But I believe in that prayer a lot. It's all right, MDMA. That's totally cool. So I guess you and Keith are friends, I'm assuming. Oh, nice, Keith. That's awesome. I didn't know that. I'm not really like, I don't remember names. I don't remember stuff like that. And I do see, like, especially in LA, like, you just see a bunch of people out there. You don't know who's who, what's what. So it's hard to tell. But yeah, it's hard to tell. But I guess Keith and MDMA are friends, I'm assuming. That's awesome. I guess you guys maybe know each other from protesting. Some of my friends have no clue about the protesting. Some of you, that's the only way you know me. Yeah, listen, I mean, listen, some of my lives on the replay, they get a lot of good night, MDMA. Good night. I am going to read the poem tonight, but you know what? I'll read it right now so that. Oh, from watching him? Okay, cool. That's awesome. Well, if you guys give me a second, I'm going to read that poem, and then I'll just chill with you guys till we can't chill no more. You were fine, Keith. All right, who's down for the poem, huh? I already walked back up, got my paper. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to leave this up here. Let's see what happens. Whoa. Tripod is not actively working. All right, guys. Here we go. I'll throw out the poem, even though I know for a fact a lot of people are not going to like it. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. Right now, I'm going to throw that poem at you guys. And anybody who's still here, great. If not, I totally understand. You'll get it on the replay, and I'll read the poem again tomorrow. The title is The 184 and Surviving Survivor. Cognitive dissonance, a concept we know all too well, no less than our sense of sight, touch, and smell. That struggle in the morning to drag ourselves out of bed. No more of a struggle at night when we try to rest our head. The world became a scary place to be. Not the physical fear alone, rather fear of life itself, interacting with society. Do they understand the pain? So real, so raw. The pain of mere existence, as real as Newton's law. For survivors and those who lost family or friend, this is a pain we share together in the end. Can they recognize the struggle? Can they recognize the struggle between gratitude and anger? Maybe they need to experience the museum in an airplane hangar. What does survive even mean as we're plagued with images in our mind, so misunderstood by the world, even when it's trying to be kind? We memorialize those who perished, ultimately the loss of life. But what about that piece of us inside that never ceases to have strife? We all know the feeling of having, we all know the feeling of having a price tag put on our head. Objectified feelings, as if there's no part of us that is dead. Are we worth more breathing air than those 6 feet in the ground? What about the images, pain, all looked over as if we are safe and sound? Yes, here in this world, we definitely are. But there is a piece of us in the distance. To grab, it is way too far. So much of our mind and so much of our mind and so much dissonance to accept. A permanent room locked on our hearts, where all that noise is kept. We never forget the 112 that perished that fateful day. Nor can we forget those alive whom have so much they wish they could say. Those who rest in peace are memorialized and must never be forgotten. But we plead with the world, do the same for us, even though we're not in a physical coffin. We walked away with life and are so grateful to have survived. but can they see the suffering in silence, even though we are alive? It's so difficult to wake and faith. I can't believe that everything I just dropped. My phone just dropped on me. Thank you for all your well wishes, guys. I am going. Squirrel, did you hear any of the poem? How much of the poem did you get through? What was the last thing you heard? I'll read the whole thing again. I don't care. I'm more than happy to. Part of the fourth page. You watched me turning pages. I'm going to read it again. It's worth it. I'll say it again. I don't care. Let me just make sure that I have power to do it, and then I will do it. I'll start again. But while I'm making sure I have power, I just want to let you guys know that this poem was not just written by me. This poem was essentially written by about 7 to 10 people, and it's based upon a lot. And I will say this: the first words of the poem came straight from the captain. Like, it's one of the first concepts that we talked about, cognitive dissonance. If you guys don't know what that means, I would highly recommend that you look it up. It's a very powerful concept, and it applies in many ways to survivors. There's definitely dissonance there, and a lot of it is definitely cognitive. But yeah, the stream is still rolling, so I'm gonna make sure at 4-hour mark I read the poem. At the 4-hour mark, I'll remember I read the poem. Right now, guys. Here we go. Once again. Again, this poem was not just written by me. It was essentially put together in my doing with about 7 other people, between 7 and 10 other people, and yeah. So it's not just I didn't just write it alone. I don't want to take full credit for it, but I did write the poem. But the concepts and the beauty of it came from numerous people. So here we go. The 184 and surviving survival. Cognitive dissonance, a concept we know all too well. No less than our sense of sight, touch, and smell. That struggle in the morning to drag ourselves out of bed. No more of a struggle at night when we try to rest our head. The world became a scary place to be. Not the physical fear alone, rather fear of life itself, interacting with society. Do they understand the pain? So real, so raw. The pain of mere existence, as real as Newton's law. For survivors and those who lost family or friend. This is a pain we share together in the end. Can they recognize the struggle between gratitude and anger? Maybe they need to experience the museum in that airport hangar. What does survive even mean as we're plagued with images in our mind, so misunderstood by the world, even when it's trying to be so kind? We memorialize those who perished, ultimately the loss of life. But what about the piece of us inside that never ceases to have strife? We all know the feeling of having a price put on our head, objectified feelings as if there is no part of us that is dead. Are we worth more breathing air than those 6 feet in the ground? What about the images, pain, all looked over as if we are safe and sound? Yes, here in this world we are, but there is a piece of us in the distance, too far away to grab, and to grab is way too far. So much of our mind and so much dissonance to accept, a permanent room locked in our head where all the noise is kept. We never forget the 112 that perished that fateful day, nor can we forget those alive whom have so much they wish they could say. Those who rest in peace are memorialized and must never be forgotten. But we plead with the world to do the same for us, even though we have no physical coffin. We walked away with life and are so grateful to have survived. But can they see the suffering in silence, even though we are alive? It's so difficult to wait and force and to face the day ahead. Equally as difficult are the images in our mind when we try to lay our head. Again, we wonder, for us, what does it mean to be alive? While we all know that a piece of us didn't ever survive. Survivors, they call us, and we are grateful that we are here. But there is pain deep inside, often too deep to bear. So, cognitive dissonance, the concept we do know, it is more powerful, it is more painful. So cognitive dissonance, that concept we do know, is it more painful awake or asleep with images like the most horrific light show? There is a concept we know, like cognitive dissonance, it's just as profound. There is a place we are understood with our family, the family of Sulan. They dropped their world on the drop of a dime. Once a year, we are understood, and that's July 19th in Sioux, every single time. It comes down to anyone willing to lend a hand when we're forgotten and let down. Ultimately, those willing, like those that rescued, like in Sulan, where we never see a frown. Life is so fragile, regardless of which side. There is suffering and trauma from both the dead and alive. We push through the world with appreciation of what we have been given, but it does not make the world less painful for us to live in. For 184, written by me. I'm back with you guys. Now you guys can see everybody pretty much left, so it's fine. Take 2 is correct. At 4 hours, we know that that's when it happened. I'm going to actually, though, stay. Anybody wants to. I'm looking at. Good night, guys. I'm going to sign out now. Good night to everybody. I gotta wait for this Uber to come, and it's like that way and then that way and then all over the place. But I love you all. Thank you for everyone who stayed. Totally understand for those who couldn't.